Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Little Squid League 21, a tournament aimed at lower-level teams. My name is Riley, and I'm joined by Pak.
Hi, everybody. This is going to be such a stacked Little Squid League. I am so excited to be casting this with you, Riley, my friend and teammate. There is a lot to look forward to today. Grab your snacks, grab your drinks, stick around because there's going to be so much happening.
Yes, I'm already looking forward to kind of the final stages of this one, because, with some of the teams that have signed up, this is going to be fairly interesting. But we are headed into the first match of the group stage. The first match that we will be seeing is Based Bars versus Inc. 87. So, right off the bat, Based Bars, people might not be too familiar with that name, but this team was previously known as Psychedelic Air Launchers, or Purdue Air Launchers, who have been around for a very long time. They were kind of the other team, in addition to ITAP, aka Sub Power Up, that existed in kind of Purdue University's Splatoon faction. Uh, as for Inc. 87, I'm not super familiar with them. On their roster, I do recognize Mr. Awesome from the team Cephalogods, which was a very old team back from like 2019. But I'm not really too familiar with any of the other players. Pak, what is your kind of outlook on, these teams?
What I do know is that both of these teams are definitely making waves in low ink, which is one of our other low level tournaments here in the competitive scene. Both of them are making improvements very fast, so this is going to be a very interesting matchup.
I definitely agree. The first match that we are going into here is Tower Control on Mako Mart. Now, TC Mako is probably one of the most widely played maps in competitive. It used to be a real disliked map of mine, but now I definitely can kind of see where it comes from. It's very, it kind of facilitates good positioning. It's just very well balanced. I'm not really sure of what weapons we might expect to see from any of these players. I would probably expect Mr. Awesome to play like K-Shot or something. That's vaguely what I remember from back then. But aside from that, there's pretty much anything on the table here.
Yeah, I expect to see, your typical specials like an armor missile. It would be really cool to see a bucket on this map because buckets thrive so much with the height differences on Mako. And here we are rolling into Mako Tower Control. Let's see what we got here. We have a Luna on the side of Base Bars, and there is the bucket on the side of Inc. 87.
In conjunction with the Sorella, that's not something you really see that much anymore. But yes, Koreki with the K Luna. Now, definitely seeming to play kind of more aggressive K Luna here. I basically know K Luna as the fizzy spamming machine. If you run like LDE and a bunch of Sub-Saber, you can just output so much. But the Luna's already gone down, and that's kind of a delayed 3 down on the side of Inc. 87 here. You see the Vanilla machine here. They have their Stingray at the ready, and they're already going to just burn it as Tooth is kind of forced to abandon the tower here. And they will be going down to the Luna while they have their ink check, so that's kind of unfortunate. And Koreki able to get a pretty nice trade here, but we see Elise kind of forced to reposition as well. They have their Stingray at the ready, so if Base Bars decides to get a push off here, that could end just as abruptly.
Another thing about this Stingray and this range that Inc. 87 is bringing, they might have the range advantage while Base Bars is opting for a more aggressive anchorless comp, but they do have a double missile on their side, so that Charger is going to have to be very vigilant in making sure that they are in the right space at the right time and not dying to the missiles that I'm sure Base Bars will be putting out quite a bit, like right now.
Not to mention, Base Bars definitely has a very solid, paint-wise comp that will allow the K-Luna to kind of shark and wreak maximum damage here, essentially. Not to mention they have plenty of lethals there too, plus Autobomb and Fizzy get out a lot of chip damage too. We see Omazen kind of trying to take off the beaten path, and they're gonna
Ooh.
bring 2 down, and that's 3 down on the side of Ink 87 here. Base Bars has gone 2 down, but it doesn't seem like they're really backing off yet. They're kind of keeping up the aggression and allowing their teammates to come back in. It's very well played here. But we see the try is probably going to take a position that will give them the high ground here. And Mr. Awesome kind of backing off here. And indeed, that's 2 down on the side of Base Bars here. So that push, like, Ink 87 seems to be in a solid position to push again, as they go 3 down for that matter.
What Ink 87 is doing as soon as they see the 3 down on Base Bars is they are doing everything they can, like this try up here, just trying to keep them back in their spawn so they can push checkpoints as much as possible. And we're seeing 2 down on the side of Ink 87, so hopefully Base Bars is able to do the same, because they had a couple of 3 downs before and didn't quite push up as much. So we really need Korecki to move up forward just a little more, maybe pressure more with missiles, and Base Bars can really bring this back.
Indeed, as the Luna goes down to the Nautilus, but the machine kind of helping them take out that kill there. They're burning the Stingray on the tower here, able to bring down the Brella, which is very huge pick there. Ink 87 has popped their armor, so they're going to be able to kind of rush tower a little bit easily. But indeed, that will be Base Bars taking the lead, with Cold getting a very nice pick on the try here. And another nice pick on the Nautilus, too, for that matter, and that's 3 down on the side of Ink 87. Yes, very good. They're not too far off from their Stingray either.
We can see both of them, both Plan B and Omazen on the tower, just trying to juggle it and push through checkpoints as much as possible. Cold and Omazen did just go down, so this is Ink 87's time to come back and take mid and start pushing back from this huge lead that Base Bars just put on them.
Indeed, we have less than 90 seconds here. That is still plenty of time for Ink 87 to get the run back here. We saw the Nautilus and the Charger on the tower, which I don't really know if I have 2 on the tower, but you know, you do you. But we see Mr. Awesome's kind of pushing up here. This is a pretty good position to try to be in here, since they can abuse ledges so hard. Although Plan B is definitely taking that into account as they're trying to kind of get the fall up here. It's a 3v3 situation. They're kind of burning the Stingray early, but they also have the Inkjet out. They're approaching this the checkpoint pretty quickly. Plan B burning the missiles. That's able to bring 2 down on the side of Ink 87 here. A little more than 30 seconds here. Ink 87 does still have a shot, but they're going to have to move fast and get some clutch picks if they want to keep the stream alive.
What both teams need to do is make sure that they have mid and have their specials ready, so their missiles, their GG Ray, just to, you know, secure things in their favor. We have 20 seconds left on the clock now, and it looks like there's 1 down on both sides. This Charger's trying really hard on the left stack to hold main, popping that Ray, just trying to get whatever pick possible so that they can stay on the tower and make this push.
They need to bring down this machine. They now have their Stingray and they're popping it, but sadly, no, they're not able to really get the picks they needed in time. And we also saw the orange that came through with their missiles just as Elise popped their Stingray, so it just kind of seemed that everything was falling in place for Base Bars, as they had basically everything they needed to counter what Ink 87 could throw at them. So that's going to be Base Bars taking game 1 pretty handily. It's definitely a solid special coordination coming from those guys.
So the next map that we have for this set is going to be Splat Zones Reef. Now, Splat Zones Reef is a very open map, very Charger friendly. So this is something that I expect to see Ink 87 thrive on with their Charger. I do know that one of the players on Base Bars also plays a Splatling, so there will be some very interesting backline play happening on this map, I would hope.
Yes, indeed. I think it's really just a matter of if Base Bars is able to kind of both of these teams, if they can keep up a solid level of aggression and have the solid map awareness to keep their Chargers flanks covered, then both backlines here will be able to cause a lot of damage.
I also expect to see armor, missile, those two work so well on the Reef specifically. Again, it's such a big open map. Missiles are good at scattering people and kind of getting people in different places so that you can secure those picks. There will be a lot of special coordination that will need to be done by both teams, though, in order for them to clear all the checkpoints, because it's so easy for somebody to dive in from bridge or from the left alley and just shut down the push entirely. So having a good special is half of the fight. They're gonna have to coordinate their specials just as well in order to secure this win.
Definitely. I'm kind of hoping to see K-Luna again, because when you think about it, like, if you have the paint to move around, Fizzy and Rain can definitely keep a lot of paint on zone, for that matter. Not to mention, curious as to if Cold has any plans to play K-Machine. You could possibly see kind of a double Fizzy comp. That could be very annoying if Elise decides to stick on the charger here. But there's 2 seconds left in the lobby, so, you know, hopefully they have all their stuff together. But they definitely, both teams kind of had some unique comps. Maybe they're going to kind of try and bring out something similarly unique, or just stay with the same thing. We shall see.
So we got the Blob coming out from Plan B, and then an E-Leader coming out from Inc. 87. So they definitely did take advantage of the openness of this map and wanted to use a charger with the most range. We do see a heavy on the side of base bars, so there will be a little bit of backline play coming from both teams. We have Mr. Awesome here coming out with first missiles, trying to take left, seeing 2 jumps and immediately getting both of those. So there's two down on the side of base bars, and this first cap is going to go to Inc. 87.
Indeed, Mr. Awesome definitely going on a little bit of a tear here. If they're able to, get zone, that would be nice. But yeah, definitely some good teamwork between him and Tooth there to kind of get 3 down on the side of base bars. However, base bars has both the bomb rush and the booyah coming out right now. If they're going to use those to displace that leader, that could be kind of deadly. I don't really see what the leader is, but Tooth able to bring down the blob as well. Getting them before they could get their bomb rush off, which is very well-timed kill. Tooth continuing to put a lot of pressure on bridge, and kind of going to kill on this NZAP here. Again, very nice kill from there. Sadly, they will go down before they can get their inkjet off, and that's 2 down on the side of Inc. 87, so this might be Base Bars' chance to get control of zone here, and indeed, that's what's going to happen. Now they just have to see if they can push forward with specials, potentially, because Inc. 87 does not have a booyah or splashdown or anything to counteract this suction rush, so that is going to be kind of a point against them.
Did that Nautilus just get a double on bridge? That was very, very big.
I would not put it past them. The Nautilus has been playing very well this game. But that is zone going back in the favor of Inc. 87. It seems that Koreki is just going to try and build their special and establish paint as best they can, trying to kind of rush this leader for just amount of attention. But that's a 2v1 on bridge, and they will be brought down by Mr. Austin here. And kind of getting caught out on the lamppost here. It's
we see
kind of
Mr. Awesome and Omazen trying to skirmish with each other on bridge, and Omazen opted to jump out. The zone is still capped by Inc. 87. There is no more penalty on their side. And the Nautilus is trying to lock out really hard onto their main and their car. We have 15 ticks left, and base bars is still struggling to push forward and cap the zone for themselves.
Indeed, Raphael coming through with the splat bomb launcher as 2 down. Yeah, 2 down, keep going on the side of base bars there. Raphael getting caught out by the booyah, but it's not going to matter. Inc. 87 ran that back extremely well. Tooth on the Nautilus, definitely kind of the MVP of this game. I saw them with kind of like 11 KA there near the end, potentially.
Yeah, the aggression from the Nautilus is exactly what they need for the next game. In order for them to secure this win. You could see just how much control they had up at the front, and that is the aggression that Inc. 87 needs in order to bring this set back.
I think potentially what was allowing Tooth to get so many kills is that I didn't really notice base bars using, like, trying to flank the Nautilus, because fighting a Nautilus head-on, if you're like a shooter or something, is really just kind of asking to get beat up on. So, teamwork makes the dream work, as they say. But we're moving on to Rainmaker on Snapper Canal.
Snapper Rainmaker is one of my favorite Rainmaker maps personally. Um, there's a lot that can go up in the air even at the very beginning because a lot of people in this scene do know that pop doesn't always mean everything on Snapper Rainmaker just because of the way it's placed. And there are so many different ways that you can push this Rainmaker with your team. So there's going to be a lot of interesting plays that we're going to be seeing from both of these teams. And we have base bars with a tent and a forge. Very interesting pick. And we have a charger again from Ink 87.
I don't think I drew attention to it, but in that last game, Base Bars was coming through with a double Suction Rush. Here, they're going with a double Bubble, funnily enough. But it does seem that they're swapping to the Junior in lieu of kind of, the Zap before. So they do have some paint, but there's not really a ton of aggression unless this Forge decides to kind of, play more frontline than midline here. One goes down on the side of Base Bars to start out, but they do have the armor here. We see Plan B kind of getting harassed by this umbrella over here. They will be brought down for it, and Ink 87 takes the Rainmaker first, but correctly kind of playing in a stallish fashion here as Ink 87 begins to push their left side.
Yeah, Ink 87 is pushing over to that one side of the map that isn't really going to be good for Base Bar's side if it gets stuck on there. And they're just pushing all the way through, all the way up to the 30s already, and there's a full wipe on Base Bars, and just like that, the game is over, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Definitely a good job by Elise carrying the Rainmaker to, snuff out the flames, though, because that definitely could have gone wrong if it had not been called out. But they made sure to keep one person staying by the Rainmaker to, keep them safe and, basically have a second set of eyes watching around them. But definitely, Ink 87 definitely did a good job of not buckling under pressure in both of those games. It was very dominant performance in, those last two games. But Base Bars definitely have to give them credit because, they played K-Luna, what's not to love? But also because they definitely know what they're doing with their comps at the very least. But you can definitely expect them to do well in this tourney as well.
Yes, well done to both teams. Base Bars had an awesome play in the first game, just being able to maintain control and keeping everybody staggered with the missiles. But Ink 87 was able to catch on to some of the things they were doing, and they were able to make that adjustment mid-set and come back winning 2-1. So well done to both of these teams.
Yes, indeed. That's pretty much going to wrap up that set. We will be moving on to the new one relatively shortly, so, just hang on, don't go away.
Welcome back, everybody, to Little Squid League 21. My name is Pac, and I'm here with my friend and teammate Riley. And we are heading into round two of Swiss. And the two teams that will be on stream right now are No Name Brand and Summerside.
Yes, indeed. Uh, Now, No Name Brand, I recognize because they played in Division 7 of Ludi, and they actually did really well in their group. They were able to get wins against teams such as Squid Killers, Broken Controller Gaming, and Surf and Turf as well. So that's already kind of interesting here. Not to mention Sommersheet, the stupidly long name team that essentially means like daylight savings time in German, in case you didn't know. These guys have been around for quite a while, and I would honestly say that they are probably a top 5 contender to win this tournament. I feel like they're pretty consistent for this level of Splatoon. So
I also agree.
This is probably going to be one of the more fiery matches that we see in the group stage here. The first map that we're going on to is Clamblitz on Humpback Pump Track. Now, off the top of my head, Summersite has Stan, formerly of kind of the YouTuber team here, and I seem to remember they played Glugas. And additionally, I know that they had a Hydra player on their team, and potentially a Flingza as well. I have never seen No Name Brand play, but from how they have been described, I believe they have a pretty good K-Shot player as well. I don't know, what do you know about these teams, Bach?
Yeah, so I've seen Summerside around quite a bit in Lowing. I do remember playing against them in one of the brackets that we had. Like you said, I also agree that they are going to be a very strong contender for this tournament. No Name Brand. I only know Ice, who is a really strong K-Shot player. I've known him for quite a while. So I'm going to expect to see a lot of very aggressive gameplay from him and the rest. But it looks like I was mistaken, and Ice is on Junior this time. And then we have a Tri Nautilus Junior and Heavy from Summerside, which is something that I expected from this team.
Indeed, the double Splatling comp coming out from Summerside here was very interesting. We see them pop the armor, and a Carbon and 96 on the side of No Name Brand. I can definitely respect both of those weapons, so, already they're in my good graces here. We see the Tri-Sloshers get a pick on the Junior, which, they're not going to have armor for them to push them. Tri is a very good weapon to come back, but we see the Carbon getting brought down here, and it's 2 down on the side of No Name Brand here, as Summerseed's kind of struggling to get this push off, but if they can get this power, that would be pretty nice. You see them passing plans to one another, very good kind of team play there. Indeed, they brought the push down to 51, and we're not even a full minute into the game yet.
Fox is sneaking through with a Heavy of all weapons, trying to get these picks, and eventually getting shut down by Mocha, who is also playing Heavy Remix. Now this is going to be their time to push up and make a power clamp so that they can as well, but it looks like 3 are already down on that side, and Mocha will need to jump back or get picked off. And now it's Summerside's time to push up again with their power clamp.
Indeed, Mocha kind of getting caught in that situation there and electing to kind of pop out, but they will kind of get punished for it. It seems that mid control is kind of in a state of fluctuation here. One going down on the side of Summerside for that splashdown. We see K-Splat coming through with the bomb rush, but was that did it just get a triple with a splat bomb?
That is huge. Oh my goodness. And now they're going to be pushing once again with a power clamp and just trying very hard to keep that basket open. You see a Booyah coming out on the side of Summerside, and Nino trying so hard to stay there, but eventually getting picked off. We have 2 in the trench, and they're just trying so hard to just keep defending and like keeping that basket open.
You see Stan here on the Tri-Sloshers just not giving up their base. It's like they're trying to deal with them from the low ground, but not really achieving anything. But now that's 3 down on the side of Summer's Ice. We see, I believe that was the heavy, trying to ward off a little bit, but indeed no. No Name Brand is going to get their first hit off, but they go 2 down for it. Actually, scratch that, it's a full wipe. So now Summer's Ice going to be able to get mid control pretty quickly here with the Junior kind of on the front line here momentarily.
What No Name Brand needs to do right now is really get those specials online and just push harder with those specials so that they can get a bigger push in. This is exactly what Summerside is doing for the most part, and that's why they're able to get such huge leads and huge pushes with their clams.
The Carbon is just absolutely, like, desperate for that ink chip here, but they'll get brought down for it. And that's just Mocha remaining yet again on the side of No Name Brand. They were able to bring down somebody. They're kind of trying to just get some paint around their base here so that they can move up. It seems that they have a Booyah at the ready to push as well here. And both teams have a pretty decent amount of power plans. We just have 90 seconds left here, and that's 1 down on the side of Summer's Eve, so this might be a decent time to push. But we see Mocha jumping back, I guess to kind of get into a better position, as it were. I don't know. We see Ice kind of pushing up to someone else here. Mid control is pretty clearly in the favor of No Name Brand here, but that's 3 down yet again.
No Name Brand really needed to keep control of mid, but they just couldn't hold it for very long. And now there's going to be another push on the side of Summerside to lock that in and break the barrier, and they walk away with a very strong win against No Name Brand.
Indeed, kind of the Junior and the Try for Summer's Eve were really, like, just kind of dominating that entire game, especially that bomb triple. That was definitely the highlight of this game.
Yes, for sure. So the next map that we will have is Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard, which in my opinion is one of the more interesting Rainmaker maps. There's typically only one way or that we see a lot of teams push, and it's that right side. So we're going to be seeing a lot of focus and pressure on that certain side of the map, which will we'll see a lot of really interesting plays from the snipe and dropping down from the enemy side. And I'm really excited to see how both of these teams are going to handle those pushes.
Indeed, there's alternatively you can push it top left, but that's both kind of annoying to defend and actually push off because there's so many opportunities to kind of fall down here. But I could really see both teams kind of sticking with kind of the same comp, although we might see one of the backlines kind of opt in favor of like a Stingray weapon. But aside from that, Carbon and Try are both very solid weapons on this map. Much like Humpback, it's got a lot of differing, kind of height differences, and there's a lot of ledges that both of these weapons can abuse to, as they want. So definitely looking forward to see what these teams bring out here. And surprisingly, no Carbon, and also no Try, and I don't believe there were any Stingrays either. So, indeed, we're kind of going with more just general comps here. I'm noticing the Taunt on the NZAP there. That's kind of a fascinating choice. But we see Pop kind of went into favor of No Name Brand from the looks of it, but that's 1 down on the side of Summer's Eve here, as No Name Brand pops the armor, and they're getting their push off right now.
It was a very interesting approach from Mocha on carrying that Rainmaker. If you saw, they dropped right from spinner and tried to take it right through mid instead of right. So very interesting play from Mocha. We see EST just trying to clear the way with an Inkjet. Didn't get any picks, and now there is 1 down on both sides as No Name Brand is still trying to push up. And now Ice was out of position for a little bit, so that's going to give mid back to Summerside if they move fast enough.
Indeed, kind of, it seems that No Name Brand is kind of getting mid-control back, but yet, indeed, Summer's Eve able to kind of push more and get mid-control back, as we see the Inkjet lifting that a lot of pressure. Probably going to end up forcing Base Cat to kind of stay in the same space here. But that's 3 down on the side of No Name Brand, so Summer's Eve going to probably... Well, okay, they won't get through here, but that is a delayed wipe on the side of No Name Brand, so this is the opportunity to push if ever there was one. And they will be electing to take it on this top left area.
And when you push on the left, not only is it hard to make those jumps sometimes, I feel that as a support player for sure, but it's also hard for No Name Brand to clear it and just get it out of their way. If Summerside still keeps that pressure, they can continue to push it left, and it's going to be very, very hard for No Name Brand to bring it back.
This is exactly what I was talking about when I said that pushing top left is very annoying, because you just fall all the time. It's great. But that's 3 down now on the side of No Name Brand, so someone's able to kind of start all over again here.
We saw Stan trying to push the Rainmaker on their own. Nobody was quite in front of them, which kind of made it an isolated push, and No Name Brand was able to shut it down really quickly, and they're opting to grab the Rainmaker and just get it out of their left side. But Ice got picked off by a suction bomb that I'm sure they were not able to see.
Indeed. EST here with the Inkjet kind of forced to back up a little bit. Definitely a good job not dying to that top there. That was definitely a possibility here. Kind of keeping a pressure in mid, but we see that No Name Brand is approaching pretty rapidly here. They don't really have a lot of bombs or specials to really push with. They just lost their splashdown, so that's probably not going to be a very long-lived push, and indeed, Summerside will bring that to an end as they get popped once more.
And No Name Brand hasn't quite been able to take it out of mid like they did with the first push. So again, it's going to take a lot of special coordination and making sure that everybody is in the right positions and playing their roles. Ice is pushed up pretty far for a junior and unfortunately getting picked off, which leads to 2 down on the side of No Name Brand.
It's just kind of an unfortunate death to those missiles there, but yeah, Ice was playing super aggressive, which was it's fun to watch, but I mean, might not be exactly the way you want to do it.
A little bit of a battle going on in Fight Club. Oh my goodness.
It's 2 down, like a 2v2 for both teams here. Fox with a very nice kind of fall-off kill there. It seems like they're in a solid position to push again, although it seems that their No Name Brand is basically all on the low ground right now. They're kind of electing to play it safe and wait until they have, you know, a solid enough man advantage. And that's 2 down now, but sadly not before the Rainmaker resets. But the Junior going for a flank here, able to bring down Fox. It was a very nice pick there, but they will be brought down by, I believe it was a K-shot. We have less than a minute left to go here. They don't really have to push anymore, but they were able to bring down the 96, so they will be taking kind of the easier path here on the 96, but there's 2 on the side of No Name Brand up there, and they will get pretty quickly overwhelmed by that.
I think what's worth noting for Summerside is that the Rainmaker carriers, whoever they are, because it hasn't been just one, they have been doing a great job staying patient and making sure that somebody is in front of them and able to push. And that's absolutely key in Rainmaker, let alone a map like this where it's so easy to get flanked or rushed. So great on them. And Mocha's trying really hard to push left as well, but was able to get what got shut down by missiles. And Stan going down to the pot. This is an absolute bloodbath in the last 5 seconds of this game.
But we see Nino here on kind of the snipe area. They're holding them back as hard as they possibly can, kind of forcing them to rotate right, which gives Summersy plenty of time to respawn and kind of get paint control ready here. They are able to bring down the zap on the side of Summersy, but that's still 2 down. EST, I believe, just killed off the Rainmaker with an Inkjet there, so that was a very nice shot to close out this game.
Well done to both teams. Both teams were able to put in some really solid pushes, but Summerside was able to keep the aggression just a hair more than No Name Brand being able to successfully push it to the left and hold mid and just get the picks exactly where they needed.
Also, shout out to Nino on the end zap with 20 KA. Jeez, don't underestimate the power of Haunt. That's all I'm saying. Clearly, that's how that happened. But indeed, EST definitely doing a very good job of keeping up the aggression and holding up, you know, paint in mid as hard as possible, because definitely keeping No Name Brand on the back foot for quite a bit of that game. But for Game 3 here, we will be going to Tower Control on Anchovy Games.
This is a really fun map to play as well as spectate on. Anchovy Games, for they have fans on both sides of the map, and those fans sometimes can be the key to getting in solid picks and pushes. And it's always super fun to see those on stream, and it's also fun to also be on the player side and do that kind of juggling on the fans as well. And since this is tower control, we're gonna have to see how they do their special coordination at checkpoints. It's going to be really important on a map like this because it's so easy for somebody to drop from fan or their arcade and just shut down the push completely.
Indeed. I honestly feel like this comp might be, like, this map mode is pretty in the favor of Summerseed here, since they have the Nautilus, which has Inkjet, so that's a very solid thing to have going up over the enemy's bats in their street or something. Plus the remix with Booyah, and they also have the Zap, typical support player stuff. But regardless, I have to wonder if No Name Brand is going to make any serious comp adjustments here for this map, because things, like, they could still turn it around here.
Yes, and if they do bring out Booyah on any side, really, it'll be very interesting to see how they do it, because this map is absolutely infamous for having signs in the way of Booyahs, and sometimes that can make or break your push. And we have Mocha here and Fox on remix again, so we're gonna see those remix dittos just like we did in the last game, and hopefully they can place their Booyahs in the right direction.
Okay, so we have Carbon, 96, and Bamboo. I'm already a huge fan. But you see that Summerseed is coming through with the V-Splash here, so that's Mist and Inkjet. And in fact, that's a double Inkjet comp. And we see, you noticed Stan was running 3 mains of Special Charge, so they will be having a support player. It's just not really in the typical vein that you might expect here. But we see the splash on the Sunrise side has gone down, and in fact that's 2 down now. No Name Brand taking a very aggressive opening here with Wisdom, able to get 2 picks with this Bamboo. Able to kind of ward off the Inkjet, at least temporarily here. And it's forced to recall, but No Name Brand getting past the first checkpoint pretty handily.
And Wisdom made the right play, kind of backing off from the Inkjet, because it's so powerful on a map like this where height advantage can mean a lot. And No Name Brand is just pushing right through this 3rd checkpoint. We've got the 96 pushed up really far, just trying to hold space while the Carbon is trying to distract on ledges. This is very, very solid from No Name Brand. We have a Booyah coming out for the last part, and if they just use that to their advantage, they might be able to just instantly knock out.
You see Stan here taking a very aggressive stance, but they'll be brought down by the Carbon. It seems like Summerseed is just kind of funneling into the slow area, and that's not really where you want to be. I mean, once you get towards the final point, sure it is, but that is the Carbon brought down, so that's a fair bit of aggression loss there. And indeed, that's 2 down on the side of No Name Brand. And Nino kind of going for this pick here. They will be brought down by, I believe, a Burst Bomb here. They need to get some mid control and fast. They have... It's not impossible for them to run this back, but it's definitely a tall order, and they don't have all the time in the world to do that. But the Carbon getting a nice pick on that Inkjet in midair, too. Wow.
This Carbon is just harassing everybody on the tower and everybody in mid, doing exactly what a Carbon should be doing. I don't know how many kills they just got in the last 10 seconds there. But that Carbon is adding so much pressure, and that is exactly what No Name Brand needs to bring it back and possibly make a KO from this.
I believe that was 3 kills in that short amount of time. It would have been 4, but it seemed that they ran out of ink. Very unfortunate. But we see Summerseed trying to force kind of a 3v1 there. You see EST taking this top area, and this is really where you want to be when you're defending, because you can just throw bombs on tower, especially if you have LDE. It's a very nice thing to have. But the Bamboo on their right fan here is kind of putting out a lot of pressure there. They will get pushed back by this Booyah, in fact taken down by the Booyah too. So 3v3 right now, and you see both Inkjets coming through. Summerseed needs to get some team mid, and they might be able to get some points on the board here. But Ace Cat on the Carbon, yet again, is kind of wreaking havoc. They will be brought down by, I believe, it might have been the Splash or the Nautilus, one of those. But yeah, it seems that it's basically just a fight for mid control at this point.
Yeah, EST and the rest of Summerside are trying really hard to just take back this middle of the map that No Name Brand has had for almost the entire game.
Summers Heat seemed like they had an opportunity there, but then they just kind of went 2 down, so that's very unfortunate. The Remix sees the Carbon here. This would be probably a decent opportunity to use the point sensor right now, I'm just saying. But they're coming through with the BR, kind of using that to get anybody off the fan. That's 2 down on the side of No Name Brand. This would be a very good opportunity to kind of, get some points on the board and do what will happen.
This is their time to move up. It looks like there might have been a little bit of a mix-up on who's taking tower, but Summersy really, really needs that aggression, is making sure that the flanks are covered, which is exactly what EST is doing, picking off that Carbon, which is huge, and then they just need to get the bamboo off of their fan. This push is looking good so far, so long as people just stay pushed up. But EST did unfortunately go down at their arcade, and it's just one person at the tower right now with an Inkjet supporting them.
The Inkjet is in a solid position to get some picks here. The 96 is very weak. Stan is able to get some picks here. That would be very solid, but it seems they'll be brought down by the BR. But that's still 2 down on the side of No Name Brand. If No Name Brand is good in their positioning here, this could, they could stop this, but it seems like this checkpoint might fall in Summer's Heat's favor, as they have the Inkjet coming through yet again.
Wisdom getting a very nice pick with the bamboo, with what little visibility they had from that banner up at the top. Right now it's just a fight for Plat and Arcade, as No Name Brand is trying their best to defend this tower that's coming their way.
Oh, they need to get on tower right now. Oh, the Carbon was just barely able to get on it.
That was very, very close at the end, but well done to No Name Brand for applying the pressure almost throughout the entire game and just not being able to let Summersite breathe. And you could see the work that the Carbon and the 96 gal put in, honestly, as well as the rest of the team, because the whole team walked away with double-digit splats. That's huge.
Indeed. I feel like that was kind of a result of Summer's Heat trying to force their defense from kind of the low road. That's not really where you want to be on this map. But it still was definitely a solid effort from both teams. It just kind of, towards the end there, it just kind of led to going down at unfortunate times. But definitely solid effort from both teams. But still, that will be Summer's Heat taking the win on the set 2-1. I definitely would not be surprised to see these guys make the gold bracket, and definitely looking forward to see them continuing to play in this tournament. As for No Name Brand, they are also, I think, they could very well be in the top 5 to win as well. So definitely keep an eye out for them as well.
And we still have one more round of Swiss to show you guys. So the results aren't set in stone yet for anyone. There's still one more round left. So stick around, you guys. Don't change the channel. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with round 3.
Welcome back, everybody, to Little Squid League 21. We are heading into the third round of the group stage. My name is Riley. I am still here with Pak. And our last stream match for the group stage is going to be Hook, Line, and Sinker versus Splat-A-Lot I.
Yes, so Hook, Line, and Sinker has been around the low-level scene for quite some time, getting their results in Little Squid League as well as Loink. And Splat-A-Lot I is one of the many Splat-A-Lot teams. You guys might have seen them in the news quite a bit these last couple weeks because their sister team Splat-A-Lot A just won Loink, which is very huge for the group. So I'm sure a lot of eyes are on them right now.
Most definitely. Now, I recently heard Elia from Splat-A-Lot A kind of talk about each, Splat-A-Lot team. Not really each one in great detail, but Splat-A-Lot I, I'm not really sure what makes them unique exactly, but it is worth noting that there are 3 other Splat-A-Lot teams in addition to this one that are playing in this tournament. I believe it is D, B, and H. Yes, D, B, H, I are all playing in this tournament. Not really familiar with any player on either of these teams, but we are heading into Splat Zones on Piranha Pit. So this is one of those maps where kind of just a lot of weapons can do very well, so this will be a pretty good taste test for what these players have to offer as we head into the match.
Yeah, you can see so many different weapons on this map mode, and so many different combinations, just like Hook, Line, and Sinker coming out with these clear dapple dualies, which is not really something that you see in competitive nowadays. And I imagine that they're going to be using this not only just to push up really hard, but to use that splashdown to cap zones where needed off of the conveyor belt. And we see these clapples from Reed just applying the pressure that the clapples are built to do.
Indeed, this is how clapples are meant to be played. But I also noticed we have a Thermal V-Shot and Tenacity K Dynamo. So, Booyah spam on this map is definitely a solid map, but we have Gimme on this carbon, able to get a pretty solid kill streak right out the gate here. Inky able to bring down, I believe that was the K-Shot, and it seems like Hook, Line, and Sinker will be able to kind of get control pretty quickly here. When they get map control, that's when clapples will be able to do the most damage here. But going down to a torpedo from Reed there, very nice.
Splat-A-Lot I is working really hard to try and cap this zone, watch their spawn belt, and just maintain control. They still have a lead on Hook, Line, and Sinker, and the penalty is almost over. So they're trying to widen that gap as much as they can.
We saw the K-Shot there kind of going, like, overextending just a little bit. He was brought down to the enemy one. And Charger on this Dynamo here, going down to Gimme yet again. Gimme's already up to 7 KA, and we're not even 2 full minutes into the game yet, and we're halfway through, like, the match here, like, they're 50 now.
Yeah, Hook, Line, and Sinker is having a little bit of trouble just kind of keeping the zones and just staying together. Not a lot of specials going out together, and that's exactly what they need to do in order to bring this back and get their own lead set up against Splat-A-Lot I.
Yes, indeed. We saw Gimme kind of in a bit of trouble there. They didn't have a lot of tank around them. They are coming through with the bomb rush here, but it seems like control of the zone might go in favor of Hook, Line, and Sinker here, as we see, although the clapples are brought down here, as we see Gimme kind of taking the off angle here, in addition to the pressure brought through with the Stingray, as the Booyah Bomb finally comes out from the side of Hook, Line, and Sinker here. It's 2 down on the side of Splat-A-Lot I as well, though, so the zone is still neutralized, but Splat-A-Lot I able to take it back into their control here as Chargers kind of try to keep the zone here.
This is Hook, Line, and Sinker's time to move up and try and get a lockout, but we do see 2 down on the side of Hook, Line, and Sinker, so they couldn't quite secure it just yet, and that Dynamo is going down for a finish as Splat-A-Lot I reclaims the zone once again.
Going down right when they had their Booyah is very unfortunate here, but that is 2 down on the side of Splat-A-Lot I once again. They are not far away from all of their specials here either, but we see the Splatling player here with the Stingray. They'll probably pull that out here momentarily, but Hookline and Sinker coming through, like they have no penalty left, but we see the Clapples pulling them both away from zone here. They will be brought down, but that's still 2 down on the side of Splat-A-Lot High. We see the K-Shot rushing them, and nice Stingray trade too, wow. But there is still kind of a man advantage in favor of Hookline and Sinker here. Able to bring down the Carbon as well. They will be brought down by this K-Shot here, but still, Hookline and Sinker definitely has the man advantage, and getting brought down by a Suction Bomb, there was just sadly nowhere to go on that one. If Hookline and Sinker is able to kind of keep up the special, and the pressure for that matter, they could very well turn this around.
Isolating that K-Shot on the side of Splat-A-Lot High was exactly what Hookline and Sinker needed in order to keep the zone for themselves, and their penalty was gone long ago, and it's just ticking down even further, and now it's 2v2. Splat-A-Lot High almost coming back to cap the zone, but V is trying very hard to keep their side of the zone intact so that they can keep moving down and getting a lead on Splat-A-Lot High.
Yeah, we saw V get a very nice pick on this K-Shot here. They were able to pull off the Carbon too. That's the zone back in their favor. They don't have the Stingray or the Bomb Rush anymore. That's probably going to be like lead in flavor of Hookline and Sinker here, and indeed that happens as V gets another very nice pick on the Tri-Slot here.
Splat-A-Lot High is dropping in one by one, staggering a little bit, which isn't good for them, and that allowed Hookline and Sinker to keep the zone and shorten that huge lead that Splat-A-Lot High had on them in the beginning. Well played to Hookline and Sinker for being able to keep control in mid for as long as they did.
Yes, indeed. Definitely Inky doing a very good job of kind of fragging there. I think just once Splat-A-Lot High just kind of went 2 down repeatedly, they just weren't able to recover from that. They were trying to kind of put out the fire by throwing themselves on it, as it were. But Splat-A-Lot High definitely kept up a lot of pressure. V did a very good job of keeping track of zone here and allowing everyone else to kind of push up and do the aggression, as well as V getting the picks on zone when they were necessary. Very good job from Splat-A-Lot High, or no, Hookline and Sinker not crumbling under pressure there. But moving on to game 2, we have tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard here.
Yes,
no. Tower control Reef, my bad.
Reef tower control, again, like I said before, is one of those big open maps, very prone to flank. So both teams just need to make sure that, they're watching, where the rest of their teammates are and making sure that their specials are used at the right time in order to push up and also apply that pressure up to their car as needed, just to secure that strong lockout and walk away with the win. That's exactly what you need to do on this map.
Kind of intrigued to see if we will see more kind of K-Dynamo play here, because this can be a pretty good map for that, since there's a lot of aiming up over ledges. It's not quite as drastic as something like Sturgeon or Mako, but it is still there. So it's like if the Dynamo pushes up, they can, put out a lot of pressure there. In general, I think Dynamo is kind of underrated, to be honest. A lot of people give it a hard time for not entirely being consistent, but, it's not really the weapon's fault when you think about it. But regardless, it can be a very good choice here. Definitely interested to see if they bring back the Clapples, too. I am personally more of a VDAPL enthusiast, but, to each their own. Curious to see, though, how Splat-A-Lot High will change up their comp if they choose to at all, because they might still go with the V Heavy here, because it's tower control. You want Stingray. That's just kind of an unavoidable fact of life.
Well, since you and I are teammates, just as well as I do that I am a firm believer in flexibility. So a lot of the weapons that you see in the last game, I personally think could also be used well on Tower Control Reef. It just depends on where your positioning is and if you play your cards correctly. So here we are rolling into Tower Control Reef, and we see those Clapples back. We have double dualies on the side of Hookline and Sinker again. And then we have a Tri-Leader K-Shot and a Carbon on the side of Splat-A-Lot High.
Indeed, we see Splat-A-Lot High coming through with a leader instead of a heavy. That's not exactly a lateral move I was expecting here. Meanwhile, Hookline and Sinker stays with pretty much the same comp, swapping out the K-Shot for a T-Tech here. Well, regardless, this leader got a very nice pick to start off. They will get forced off by the Booyah, but they were able to survive. And Gimme on the Carbon, yet again, is already up in their spawn, kind of lighting people up, but Inky able to bring them down. If they're able to push up off this might be a good opportunity to get some points on the board, as Squad High goes 2 down.
And now there's 2 down on the side of Hookline and Sinker. V is just trying super hard to maintain that objective again, which resulted in a trade with somebody from Spot-A-Lot I, and Sammy's trying to push on the bridge and got picked by that splashdown. They fell for it.
This is why you pay attention to what specials are online, you guys, just saying. But that's 2 down on the side of Splat-A-Lot I, and indeed bringing another person down. I believe that was Reeve, or no, the T-Tech kind of, you know, keeping them back even further as Hookline and Sinker hangs through this checkpoint pretty quickly. But we see Reeve basically just sharking, making sure that the bridge is relatively safe, and indeed the E-Leader able to bring down both the T-Tech and the Faculties. V also goes down. It's just Charger still on the tower here. They will get brought down as they get pincered by the Leader and Carbon, but still very solid push. They weren't quite able to break the checkpoint, but they get it down to 49, which is pretty good, as Gimme is already up in their street again. But they will get brought down by Inky. Inky's doing a very good job of getting the crucial picks on this T-Tech.
Yep, you can see Inky just trying to move back and forth, trying to figure out where everybody on the other team is so that they can take care of those picks and let the rest of the team move up. We have 2 down on the side of Spot-A-Lot I. So this is a prime time for Hookline and Sinker to start getting onto bridge and pushing forward and having somebody take tower.
Indeed, but they're just kind of playing it safe right now, trying to keep up their mid control. They're not really doing anything to capitalize on it yet, although there is a fight over there in Sneaky. You do see Reeve trying to take a fight here against this Carbon and the Tri-Slosher, but that might not be a great idea since those weapons can, like, you know, put out a lot of range without aiming or something, at least the Tri-Can. Reeve kind of repositioning and rotating left mid to look for a better opportunity to do something here, but they will get called out by this leader. Reeve is not really having, like, quite as easy of a time here as they had in the first game, sad to say. And indeed, that's 2 down on the second Flying Sinker here, so this is Splat-A-Lot I's time to make a move. As that goes, like, there's 3 down on the side of the Flying Sinker. The splashdown does throw them off a little bit here, but it's now 2 down on the side of Splat-A-Lot I.
There's a jump here to tower, and we're trying to see if that Carbon can kind of juggle it, and unfortunately not. So the tower has stopped for now, and it's going to be moving back into mid. Splat-A-Lot I is just trying to regain control. You see Inky here over there just trying to distract and skirmish on bridge so that Hookline and Sinker can keep pushing forward.
Okay, Reeve just made a really good play there. So, for one, we saw V drop down from above and get a pick to stop the push, but then Reeve threw a torpedo to knock both people off tower, because I believe they had armor, and then he killed both of them by dropping in. Reeve doing a very good job this game. I said they weren't having a great time getting set up, but once they were able to, it was all falling into place.
This leader is trying to just put in their work, control bridge, and just stay in the back and support. But Reeve is giving trouble right back to the E-Leader. You know, you said that the E-Leader was giving them trouble at first and not giving them the opportunity to shark, and now Reeve is like, I'm going to spin this right back on you, and I'm going to flank you and make sure that you are not able to support your team.
Indeed, it seemed that Splat-A-Lot I was getting a push off, but they were getting teamed up on by both V and the T-Tech here, but they're in a spot yet again. All 4 of them are on the tower. If one person is able to take an off angle, that might be it, but no, Splat-A-Lot I was able to take the lead. Just leader players under a lot of pressure right now, and it's 2 down on the side of Hookline and Sinker yet again. The leader players still alive, but they will be brought down by V. Now, it's not impossible for... okay, no, the push continues. They're all on tower right now, but that's now a wipe on the side of Splat-A-Lot I. Now, 10 seconds
Everyone on
left.
Splat-A-Lot I stayed on the tower, and that was like their downfall with not pushing as far as I believe they could have. If they had one person up, they might have been able to push just a little bit longer, and now it's Hookline and Sinker's time to counter that and make their own push and try and get a lead in overtime.
Indeed, I was going to say it's not impossible for them to bring this back, but like it's a very tall order. We did see a splashdown on the left alley there get a nice pick, but sadly no, member of Splala I rushed the tower, and I think it ended in a trade, but member of Splala I was the last person on tower. So that will be game 2 going into the favor of Splala I.
Now, Hook, Line, and Sinker and Spot-A-Lot I are 1-1 now, and that means this last game determines who is going to win this set. And our next game on the set is going to be Clam Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy, which I personally love. This is one of my favorite map modes to play as a support.
Same here as a kind of more aggro player. We did see the Tri-Slosher on the side of Splat-A-Lot I. This is a very good tri-map, take it from me. But also, some of the kind of off-meta picks that Hook, Line, and Sinker was coming through with, like the Clapples and Dynamo. Dynamo can put out a lot of pressure on their plat, kind of similar to Reef. But also, like, the Dapples, yet again, if you can get into a solid position, they're very good at kind of keeping the enemy pulled away from objective. Not to mention the T-Tech. Like, this is just a very good Inkjet map in general here. If it's just a matter of, like, I feel like if Hook, Line, and Sinker just gets, you know, the clutch picks as necessary, they might walk away victorious from this one. But Splat-A-Lot I was able to run that game back, and now momentum is in their favor, so they're probably feeling a lot better about themselves now. But I'm sure both teams are kind of doing just fine, but definitely expecting much more competitive game this set.
I think positioning is going to be absolutely key for Hook, Line, and Sinker specifically, especially if they're going to bring back that Dynamo and Clapples. Dynamo fall off on Inkblot Art Academy is absolutely powerful and just so nasty if you are in the right place. So I expect to see a lot of key positioning changes from Hook, Line, and Sinker in order for them to bring this back.
Like, okay, yes, Dynamo fall off is very good here, but kind of based on what we've seen thus far, it seems that this Dynamo player, Charger, is kind of playing it more like a backline, but still, that can be pretty good here. You just put out a lot of paint to allow your teammates to move up, put out Booyah when it's necessary, just stuff like that. Either way, it can work. But no, we are now seeing a K-Gal in lieu of a T-Tech, and a Grim and Dynamo on the side of Splat-A-Lot I. Did they suddenly just decide to become like, okay, you know what, we're off meta 2 now suddenly. Very cool. But indeed, that is a double Booyah comp on the side of Hook, Line, and Sinker, and just kind of a more well-rounded comp on the side of Splat-A-Lot I here. But we see kind of a 2v2 on this elbow area, but this Grim player has kind of put up a lot of pressure. V's kind of under a lot of pressure as well. They will bring down the Dynamo as well.
I think Spot-A-Lot I was opting for chip damage, the comp, because there's a try with the burst bombs, all of the damage you can get off of the Dynamo as well as the Grim. So I think Spot-A-Lot I is relying heavily on that. But there are 3 down on that side, so this is Hook, Line, and Sinker's time to get a power clam and start pushing forward.
Yes, indeed. They have total mid-control here. We see Reeve on the elbow. They're making a move here, but there is one on top left. Okay, V getting a very nice pick with, I believe, a bomb? Either that or Inkstorm. But, yes. Hook, Line, and Sinker definitely has total control mid. They should be able to get something off here, but V going down is kind of unfortunate here. Especially with this Grim player having 9 clams and has an opening here. They are weak to Dynamo, but the armor might change that here, as they're able to get a nice direct on it, and that's 2 down on the set of Hook, Line, and Sinker. That's probably going to be a push going out for the flavor of Splat-A-Lot I, as the Grim takes down another player with them. It's a 2v2 right now.
That Grim saw the opening on the left side, and you could see that they were kind of camping that side throughout the entire game so far, and that gave the Grim the opening that they needed to push forward. But Splat-A-Lot I only pushed it to 80, so just 1 power clam, which is going to give Hook, Line, and Sinker a free pity, and they might be able to get a much stronger push off of this.
Indeed, Inky doing a very good job of surviving there. That was a lot of pressure they were under. They have both Booyahs online too, so they do have a fair amount of clams too, so this could be a solid pushing opportunity here. Inky sadly going down. It's just Reeve on the side versus the Grim here. Reeve opting to not go for any risky picks, but they will get the Grim anyway as they keep the push alive just a little bit here, as they're getting kind of pushed back by the sploosh here. But definitely Reeve doing a good job of keeping all of that going. There is still
I
plenty
admire
of
the
time.
confidence from Reeve. They saw that their teammates were down, but they just decided to stay up on plat and apply the pressure that they felt like that their team needed. So very valiant effort from them. But 2 down on the side of hook, line, and sinker right now, unfortunately. So this is going to be Splat-A-Lot's time to try and make that power clam counter push. And we see the Dynamo here on the right stack, just trying to maintain control through mid so that the rest of the team can push up with their specials and onto their plat.
Indeed, and hook, line, and sinker very nearly got off another push there, but they were able to stop it. And Charger getting a nice pick on that Dynamo as they leapt forward. And mid control is going back in their favor as one of the members of Splat-A-Lot is respawning. Inky here has the Booyah and has the Power Clam. I don't know if I would be holding it, but just kind of, offload it to someone else. And indeed,
Good pass.
Speak of the devil, very much. But that's 3 specials on the side of Splat-A-Lot here. A little more than 90 seconds here. V trying to put out some pressure in mid. V has just been getting so many, clutch, almost seemingly unintentional picks this game. They're already up to 11 KA. Very well played throughout the entire set here. And, okay, hook, line, and
The
sinker.
barrier still broke, even though there was a whole Booyah in front of it, which is going to widen that gap for hook, line, and sinker. And now Splat-A-Lot just needs to come back within this last minute and try and push as much as possible. And Reeve is trying so hard to take that away from them with that splashdown. And now there are 3 down on the side of Splat-A-Lot.
Reeve just got a really clutch pick on that try there, not to mention Charger getting a very nice fall-off kill there. And, yeah, Booyah might absorb bombs, but it sure doesn't absorb power clams, am I right? But regardless, Splat-A-Lot I's got pretty solid mid-control here. Reeve is under a lot of pressure, mainly just from the sprinkler, to be honest, but there is still the try on them. There is the torpedo calling them out, getting some chip damage off. It's 4v2 in the favor of hook, line, and sinker here. Just 30 seconds, and Inky's going in and scoring. They have the Booyah, they'll get that popped off to use that to kind of give space to their teammate. But sadly, they will bring down the tri-slosher, but no, that's a complete wipe on the side of hook, line, and sinker now. If Splat-A-Lot wants to do something, they have to do it now, because they do not have much penalty at all, and they have both the Booyah and Ultra Stamp at the ready. It's just a matter of how good can hook, line, and sinker defend. But they did bring down the Brim too, notably.
I think hook, line, and sinker saw that there was such a small gap, and that's why they wanted to make that opening, but unfortunately they didn't do much with it, and the lead was lost in overtime because of how small that push was near the end. And Splat-A-Lot walks away with a super clutch, super close win on this set.
It's so unfortunate. V got the kill on the power clam holder, but they were able to throw it just before dying, and it gave them the game. It was very unfortunate, because it seemed like hook, line, and sinker were kind of the more dominant team throughout most of that game. But that is kind of a perfect example of how in Clam Blitz, it's like if you make a bunch of little small pushes, that can ultimately lead to your death, because you're essentially just giving the other team more to use against you. So that might not have been, just kind of going down at unfortunate times at the end kind of, caused that to slip through their fingers, but still, that was very well played from hook, line, and sinker. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, nicely played to both teams in this set and in all the other sets that we've seen today. This is going to be the end of groups for us, and then we're going to be moving on to Top Cut for LSL. Stick around, you guys, because there is going to be so much more happening. There's going to be more intense gameplay, more things that you guys are going to want to see. If you thought this was good, there's going to be much better stuff happening as we get further into the Top Cut of this tournament. So that is going to be it for Riley and I today. Riley, where can everybody find you?
Well, everybody can find me at Buff Splashdown on Twitter. I don't really do much, but I occasionally post art and try to be funny. But that's where you can find me. Where can the people find you?
You guys can find me on Twitter. My username is Pock with 3 underscores, or twitch.tv/whatthepock, POCK.
Yes. And it's also worth noting, we're both on the same team. You can find us both on like either of our teammates' Twitches, which we won't kind of plug right now, but you can find them if you look hard enough. We're both on Aquatic Vanguard. Check us out. We're pretty cool, or so I'm told.
All right, that is going to be it for us, everybody. Again, stick around for Top Cut and have an amazing weekend, you guys.
Definitely. Have a great rest of your day. Best of luck to everyone else playing this tournament, and more after this. Have a good one.
Welcome to Little Squid League, aka your favorite low-level tournament. My name is Matt, and I'm here with Nox Raven commentating the first 2 rounds of Top Cut for this Little Squid League.
First, we've got Splat Zones on the Reef. Always a fun map to see, always interesting to see how people choose to utilize that bridge area.
We have Bamboo Dragons versus Lemongrass. Bamboo Dragons, they've been around for a little bit. I've seen them play in a lot of different LSLs before, but Lemongrass, that's new to me. I haven't seen them around.
Yeah, I have not seen them around either. I'm very excited to see what they do. Also, always exciting to see Bamboo Dragons at it again. They sure do play quite a bit.
Yeah. It's going to be really interesting to see this because, again, Bamboo Dragons has been around for a bit, but Lemongrass is completely new, so we do not know anything about them. We don't know what to expect from them. And Bamboo Dragons has been a little bit, so we can kind of expect something out of them, but you never know. Again, this is low level, so a lot of things is really just crazy. It's unexpected, which I love about low level. It's just so crazy. It's hectic. The comps are hectic. You love to see it. And Lemongrass is completely new, so let's see what they can do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here we are
going into Splat Zones, the Reef. And it'll be, I personally find that long-range weapons tend to have a nice time if they're able to get set up on that bridge, but they do have a harder time breaking back in, so that heavy splat laying out of Bamboo Dragons could give them a lot of benefit or cause them some trouble. Same with that Rapid Pro Deco out of Lemongrass.
Really good, really solid comps on both sides, and once they get that bridge capped, I feel like they can have a really good advantage as the remix on Bamboo Dragons just needs to get a position on there, and they're trying to go into the street as it looks like Lemongrass popping the armor and they're popping the missiles to force them out of that position as we do see a flank, and that's going to be forcing the remix just to jump out there, and now 3 down on the side of Bamboo Dragons and Lemongrass taking that zone.
Mm-hmm. We see the Zap over here getting armor, making sure that they have that special ready for when Bamboo Dragons chooses to push back in. They do have that Booyah Bomb ready. They're almost to that Bomb Rush, which is a really powerful special when used with armor. We are seeing the Booyah come out from the 52 on the side of Lemongrass. It'll be really interesting to see what they're able to do here as the Rapid Pro goes down and they're forced to try and hold this zone.
We do see that guy just trying to get out of the range of that hammer, just trying to cap that zone 2 down on the side of Bamboo Dragons as they're just trying to get that control back. And now 3 down on the side of Bamboo Dragons, and they might be able to get a delayed wipe there, and they do, and they're going to be taking back that zone. And they're in this.
A selling point here for Bamboo Dragons is that they do have a few penalty points to work with, even though this 52 gal is able to get a very good pick from sharking right there.
They're able to shark on their plat, and they're able to get a really good pick that's going to matter there as one of their main slayers is basically down now as the Slosher is going to be going down, and they're popping armor again. These kind of comps with double armor work really well there as we do see that Zap going up, getting a pick, and they can get another pick, but the Booyah Bomb's going to stop them. That's going to force them onto the cars to try to fight that remix. And now they're going to get that missile, and they're down to 30 remaining. LDE is activated for Bamboo Dragons as it's so hard there for them to get that pick, but they do get the pick as the Junior goes into alley, and they're going to get taken out there, but not before getting a pick. And now the Soda Slush is just trying to fight for that alley, but
the Sploosh managed to flank into zone and cap it.
The Sploosh, I didn't even notice that the Sploosh came in to cap that zone there as the Soda now up on bridge using that bomb launcher, taking control, and they're going to be taking that zone, which forces Lemongrass to have that 59-point penalty.
Absolutely. And we are seeing the Soda really pushing up here, able to get a pick on that Zap, pushing this right ledge really hard, something that Sloshers are really good at. Not quite able to find another pick out of it, but slowing down this K-Shot as they're trying to get into the zone. The Heavy might be able to do something about this, but not before the Junior is forced to back off and they lose zone. But they have a lot of time to work with, and this is a map where if their comp can get set up, they'll be very, very hard to get out.
That is true. As we do see that Sploosh coming in, getting a pick, but they are going to get taken out by that Zap there. They're trying to go into the zone, but it's not going to work. 3 down on the side of Bamboo Dragons as they're painting for armor again. They want those armors for when they push in. The remix on Bamboo Dragons, they do have that Booyah Bomb ready, and they can easily push. But now the Zap going down a very crucial pick as now they don't have armor anymore, and they're popping the Ultra Stamp and the Booyah Bomb to cap that zone. A perfect
And they're able to neutral, but they still need to get the full cap. As the Junior has armor ready, probably sitting on it, waiting for everybody to be up, but the Junior sadly gets picked off. Great pick on the K-Shot from the Heavy there. Heavy applying a lot of pressure, but not quite able to accomplish what they need to, and it's just the Slosher left, and it does not look like they'll be able to get into zone in time, although they do neutral it using that Burst Bomb Rush, but the Rapid Pro takes them out.
And that's going to be game for Lemongrass. as they were able to perfectly counter that push from Bamboo Dragons. And Bamboo Dragons did get a crucial pick because their zap on Lemongrass, they had armor ready. And with that zap down, they really lose a lot of just defense in general. And even with that Ultra Stamp and the Booyah Bomb combo, they weren't able to exactly take that zone. And Lemongrass, very nice defense from them, and they were able to take that win. And it is now 1-0 in their favor.
Absolutely. A very solid game out of both teams, though. Definitely could see those games going, could see the next games going in Bamboo Dragon's favor if they just play it a little bit differently.
They just need to just get those really good pushes, but Lemongrass good at that defense too. So they need to find some kind of like weak spot in Lemongrass's defense to really put them on the edge and get an advantage. Because even though that zap went down, they weren't able to take that zone, and they were able to get that KO off of Bamboo Dragons. So Bamboo Dragons just maybe they just need to get some more certain picks, because certain picks matter more. It depends on what kind of weapon they get that pick off of, if they have their special ready, because sometimes even those crucial picks on the support weapons really just make a team fall apart, and the other team is really able to take that zone there, or just take
absolutely.
whatever special it is.
Yeah. Next up, we've got TC Sturgeon, which I think Bamboo Dragons Heavy will really like. There's so many great spots for Heavy Splatling on this map, especially and we have a DC, it looks like. But there's so many great spots for a Heavy Splatling to sit on this map, especially while pushing, because you can go onto the enemy team's grates and just command so much space.
Well, we're gonna have to wait for this DC. But I do want to talk about the comps, especially the comp on Lemongrass. It had a double armor comp, which you don't really see double armor too much anymore, but I think it's much more common in low level where you see it.
And I think it's more common in low level than other places, yeah.
Yeah. And with double armor, there are risks and rewards for using it. Definitely the main pro of it is that you're able to have some kind of other like defense, like a backup, like say your zap goes down there and that rapid still has their armor ready, so even though zap goes down, they still have that backup armor, they're ready to deploy, and they can also use double armor to pushes. You're able to do that too. But the main like downside about it is that armor, it's a defense special, I'd say, which really
no, it's a pushing special. It's want to use it after you've opened up space for a push to ensure that it's a stronger push, generally.
Yeah, and it just applies that as the special is named armor, where you're really able to get sometimes even an extra pick with that armor, and it really opens up a lot of just a lot of weak spots in the enemy. But one of the down points about it is that sometimes double armor is really not what you need, and you need another special that's better at, say, like pushing them back. Like maybe missiles would be a better bet compared to another armor, because missiles, both armor and missiles can easily push out opponents. Missiles also give you kind of more intel on where the opponent is, and you're able to call out, oh, there's two people mid, oh, there's one right, there's one left. It opens up more callouts and more information on where the enemies are exactly, which really helps. Which really just helps. Even though, a double armor can begin in some cases, especially I see it most commonly low level on zones, as we just saw last match on Reef zones. But
yes,
I feel like sometimes it can be a good special, but again, it's a risk and reward kind of situation. You're risking something, but you can. But it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but like you get a reward out of it.
Yeah, there can definitely be a reward to it. I don't think that it's usually the best strategy to go for, but it worked out for them in this case.
But now...
And here we go into TC Sturgeon Shipyard. Excited to see the Heavy hopefully get some really nice setups here. Really excited to... Oh, a Heavy and a Mini. This is a really strong splatling map. That's exciting to see.
A lot of more like backbone support there coming out from Bamboo Dragons, as we do see that try with opening Gambit. Very interesting.
They're going to be immune to mid with that, absolutely. As they're pushing this Bamboo here, not Bamboo, Gal here, they do sadly go down. as the Gal is just hanging onto this area in mid, although they do get rushed down by the other Gal along with the splat lane, forcing them to go down. The Gal is holding this mid area, pushing this left side, and able to really get a really great picks here, just taking up so much space, and able to use this Booyah Bomb to save themselves against that Zap, just applying so much pressure. They're probably going to try and push tower here in a second.
But now that Gal is coming in, and they are able to get a pick, but they are going to be going down, and this is going to get Bamboo Dragons at tower, and gives them that chance to push. But the Rapid coming out of nowhere on that spinner, trying to get that pick off the spot lane. They don't exactly get it. They pop the armor. They're just trying to push right back up, as they're able to just save that push there. As Lemongrass 3 down on the side of Bamboo Dragons though, and now Lemongrass with a really fast counter push.
Interesting here to see the Rapid sitting on tower. Not a weapon that you typically see assigned to it, but it can work really well in situations like this where its range can be used from tower. It's just not always the case. We see somebody jumping into the tower, trying to get back into this game. As the Booyah Bomb comes out, forcing them to back off for a second. 52 trying to find a pick here, not quite able to, does go down. As the Zap is really able to push up here, sadly does go down to the Heavy, as the Heavy is looking out at this K-Shot, keeping a lot of pressure on them, able to get the pick. The Heavy is able to take up so much space and control here, as it's just the Rapid left, and they're going to just paint up mid, regain space, regain control. This game is by no means lost. 37 is by no means an unbeatable push on this map, as the Tri pushes in with their own armor, and is able to command a ton of space.
Again, using that armor, they're just able to get a lot more control, which is really what they need. But that Zap, the Try going in right in their base, but they're going to be taken out by that Zap there, as the
Rapid does go down to that Booyah Bomb, as the Zap's still applying a ton of pressure, but it's a 3v2 situation. The Zap managing to get a pick with that Suction Bomb, but they did manage to get through the checkpoint, which will allow their next push to be way easier, even as a couple of them go down. But there's still that Mini in mid applying a ton of pressure, and really just forcing them to have to play a little bit more patiently.
Do you see the Zap on the side of Lemongrass, starting up that armor, as they're going to be popping the missiles, forcing them back there, and they want to take that spinner position. Spinner is really needed there, but we do see the Rapid taking out, I think that was the Gal. And now, Lemongrass, another push from them, another strong push with armor. They're able to push right back in. They get this pick off the Heavy, and the Mini try to get the pick, but no, the Mini cannot stop the push. And now the Zapson, and now the Tri is the only one alive on Bamboo Dragons there, as they are getting past second checkpoint. As they pop the armor, but the Heavy taking out that Zap, and they try to take that tower back. The K-Shot gets the pick off of the, I believe that was a remake, and the Tri on Bamboo Dragons.
The Tri there.
The Tri on Bamboo Dragons completely stopping the push, and they're able to get that tower back there. But Lemongrass now in a very nice spot.
Absolutely, they just need to play solid defense here, and with that Rapid, that's very much an option. Try pushing up with this tower, really trying to make sure that there's space control, switching with the Heavy here as the Tri helps with Spinner. Zap, Mini watching mid with the Tri. Booyah Bomb coming out to protect that right side. The Tri watching out for flanks here, able to spot one. Not quite able to take them out, but able to apply a lot of pressure to them, keeping them away from the tower, as they're able to get about 8 more points and not quite able to do a ton, but able to apply just a little bit more pressure as they do sadly get wiped again.
A wipe on Bamboo Dragons, and now we do see Lemongrass taking map control, which is really what's needed there, as we do see their Gal going down there. They have the armor, they have those missiles that they just popped. One on top of Spinner, trying to get some kind of easy pick there, but it's just not going to work there. As I made it left, and they're still like trying to keep up that push. They don't really need to keep it up. If they wanted, they could. But the Mini going down, and this could be a very good spot for them to push again. But again, they can also just keep it in mid. They have the armor. The Zap just trying to push in. They aren't able to get that pick off of the Gal.
He goes down. We see Booyah Bomb coming out from the side of Bamboo Dragons, trying to get some pressure. Not quite able to, and that is 3 down. It is just the Heavy. The Heavy is trying to get out here, but the Zap is not quite able to catch them as they have to jump out, though. The Tri is applying a ton of pressure over here, and able to apply a lot of pressure around ledges that the shooters on Lemongrass can't do a ton about. But there's not a lot of time left for Bamboo Dragons to try and make something happen here. The Tri able to find a great pick, going through the Fight Club, able to apply a lot of pressure, not quite, almost going through the grates, but managing to save it. Not quite able to get that armor off, and that is most likely going to be game, as it is just this many left, and even though they're close to missiles, that's not going to be enough to save it.
It's not going to be enough to save it, as they are going down there, and it looks like that's going to be game for Team Lemongrass, as they do get that 2-0.
They do. That is the set to Lemongrass, as I believe the top 16 is best of 3.
And now with Lemongrass taking a nice one over Bamboo Dragons, completely denying them a chance to get into top 8. And that's a very nice set to Lemongrass, to say the least. They were really, as I said before the match started, we can't really expect too much out of we can't really expect to like kind of like see, oh, maybe Bamboo Dragons are clearly the better team, and what Lemongrass can being pretty much new. I haven't really seen them around there, but with Lemongrass being pretty new there, we couldn't really expect anything, and Bamboo Dragons weren't able to really take that set in their favor, and Lemongrass proceeds with that 2-0 into top 8.
Mm-hmm.
And a very nice job to them. And we are going to be starting top cut round 2 shortly, which are going to be the top 8 teams. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to LSL 21. I'm here with Noxraven again, and now it is time for Top Cut Round 2, Top 8.
Here we have Oofish versus Inkception on Rainmaker Snapper Canal. Rainmaker Snapper Canal is a very interesting map because Pop, going for opening Pop and Rainmaker does not matter nearly as much as it does in a lot of other maps. You don't get paint out of it. You might get a pick if the other team has also chosen to go for Pop, but once again, that's not overly likely.
Yeah. Even sometimes on Rainmaker Snapper, it might even be better just not to go, even like have like one or two people like try to go for mid, maybe try to get Pop, but honestly, you don't really need the Pop here because I feel like on Snapper Canal, if you can take the left and right sides, those like two really big areas on the sides, if you're able to take them, that's a lot of map control in your advantage, which is why sometimes I see players not even just go for not even go for Pop, and just go for those for left and right, those kind of like hilly sections where you're able to like flank and everything into their base. Having
Yeah,
that
I mean, it's also
pain-
that painting those areas is such a great way to get early specials. And if you're not going for, well, and why would you go for Pop on this map generally? And getting those early specials, especially without Pop, is so useful for getting those quick picks that can allow you to take that path just right down their street and get a quick KO if you get lucky.
Yep. So it's gonna be. I don't expect anyone to go for Pop there, but I feel like there's gonna be one person to at least go for Pop. But we never know. Maybe they just go for Turf. Maybe they want to go for Rainmaker, get like 2 picks, and boom, just bomb Russia all the way to the podium. But you never know. So let's see. We do see an arrow spray. It's gonna be interesting, and it clapples.
Lots of interesting weapons coming out here. We'll see a ton of Booyah Bombs out of that Arrow Spray. We'll probably see some great bubbles out of that Squeezer. Love seeing a 96 Gal come out. Love seeing the rollers coming out from both sides, even though they're different. Heavy Remix is always a weapon I personally am fond of. We see the roller here getting a lot of space control on this left side, looking for a pick. Not quite able to find anyone yet, just waiting their turn, as rollers are so wont to do. And the roller's able to push up here on left, painting this path. Not something you see them do very often, but it's just the Clapples left up on the side on the other side.
Now we do see Hatchet completely just rushing it down at 53. A very nice push there as the roller just tries to get out of there. Can they get out of there? They do, and the Clapples just trying to keep them out there and just using those torpedoes. He's got to use those torpedoes to the advantage. And it really just forces players out there. And we do see that Gal.
The 96 Gal able to apply a ton of pressure here, having more range than most players on the opposite team, other than the Heavy Remix. And they're able to get Pop on that shield, trying to set up for the next push. And if you, the classic strategy in Rainmaker is, well, if we're always pushing, they can't be. And we're seeing them get armor ready here, even though the roller's down. Squeezer's also down, so they're probably just going to play for space here, play smart, hold that armor, and wait for the next opportunity to push. Although they do sadly go down to the Clapples, who are going to try and hold this left area.
But now it could be Illfish's chance to really get the lead there, as they're going to be popping that Booyah Bomb. We do see that Gal, and the Clapples go right up in their base, but they do get canceled. And now 3 down on the side of Illfish, and this could be Inception's chance to take back mid, take their street, completely just paint up, make the game in their favor, which is really what they need to win this set.
Absolutely. And they do have this bubble. They do have these bubbles ready to go as the 96 Gal does go down, but the bubbles are coming out, protecting that Rainmaker. Able to find a pick on this try, but not quite in time, as the try does manage to take the Rainmaker out. Squeezer gonna try and live through the Flingza here, and the roller manages to get an incredible flank. They're getting a pick on the Flingza, and they're getting help and get that slashdown cancel. As they're pushing up, they have the slashdown ready to apply a ton of pressure, although they do go down to the heavy before it can go off. And the try is just holding that area as everyone's just trying to prevent them from getting up, but they get all the way to 42 points, which is pretty good. And it looks like they try to go around through Uninkable, but not quite able to find the path in time, as the Clapples manage to get a few picks and are pushing really hard on the Squeezer here, as the Squeezer's going to have to try and the Squeezer manages to jump out, as they just they are going to retake mid control.
And this could be Illfish's chance. They're really going to use those splashdowns. They got to make sure they don't get canceled, but they got to make sure to get out of those sticky situations, which is what Splashdown is really made for us. We do see that Flingza going right up. Someone in mid on the side of Inception trying to stop them, as we do see one of them is going to get missed, but the Booyah Bomb and the armor combo coming in from Inception.
And we're seeing bubbles come out here from the Squeezer, although they're not able to pop them in time, but it does keep the flings away long enough for them to apply a lot more pressure to that Rainmaker, really slowing down the push. The Rainmaker goes down. It's just the 96 scale, but they're able to trade that, and it's just the trying to pop this Rainmaker. It'll take them a second, and that'll give them time to respawn as the Rainmaker tries to go up this left path, but the Squeezer is able to take them out, and the Gal and Squeezer, along with the Arrow Spray, are going to apply a ton of pressure to this area. Roller's sharking, waiting for a good opportunity. They don't need to be that aggressive here. They can just try and play it smart. They notice the flank that's happening on left, or at least it looks like they do, but they might not notice it. Looks like that flank that was on left backed off.
We do see that BOM coming in, but they could take lead. Can they take lead? Oh,
they
no!
can't quite manage to. Although, this push is not dead yet.
It's not
the
over yet.
Splashdown's coming out, popping the Rainmaker. They're able to get up that wall, and they get lead. They are down to 30 points. Getting up that ledge is always such a big deal in Snapper Rainmaker games because it's so hard to get up there. But once you're up there, it applies so much pressure. And this might be a KO. Not quite.
Ilfish pushing right up, and they're able to take a lead with just a minute remaining and stuff, just that heavy, and they can get that jump. But no, they're just going to run away there. Back to their street where they want to defend their street. They don't want Inception taking map control, because this is where it really matters with the map controls. We do see the bubble pop, and they get the pick off the remix.
Bubble pop.
As they go right up into their base, trying to get any pick that he can.
And also acting as the distraction to give the Rainmaker a ton more space to work with, although the Rainmaker does go down, but the Roller has Splashdown, which they could use to get a quick pop if they need to. They have 20 seconds left to try and make something happen here. Squeeze are able to find 2 picks, as they're able to really try and move up into this area and hopefully be able to make something out of it, but it looks like no, they're going to go down again, as it's just the Arrow Spray left, and they're not able to do a ton here.
With the Rainmaker popped, and the jumps coming in, the 3 jumps, and oh, it's
Splashdown, but they can't get to the Rainmaker in time, which is too bad.
I saw that Rickroll attempt. That was funny. This was the Clapples didn't need the embarrassment. And this could be just what they need. Ilfish, they were able to take lead in that last minute. And this could give them a really big momentum boost and give them the confidence they really need to take the next 2 matches and potentially get the 3-0. But Inception, they don't want that. They want to get that win. They want to just try to prevent anything from happening. And if Inception is able to take these games, it's going to be really good for them, as they'd be advancing to the top 8, as we are currently in the top 4. But with the momentum boost I feel like Ilfish really has here, they could easily take these next 2 games here, as it looks like we're going to be moving on to Clamblitz on Inkblot Art Academy.
Clamblitz Inkblot Art Academy is always such an interesting map, because if you hold the Greats on your side, it's so hard for the enemy team to get a push in, especially with a weapon like Heavy Splatling, which can guard that wall, along with applying a ton of pressure to step without having to put itself in much risk. You're able to just play so safely and defensively when they're trying to push, and it's definitely one of those Clamblitz maps where you can easily go 3 or 4 minutes without seeing a power plant go in.
Yeah, I feel like it's true because of, like, sometimes how hard it is to push on Inkblot. Because you either push through their ramp, which through that ramp you can't ink that, so you have to walk right through it, which is pretty much a death trap most of the time. Or you have to push onto the block and go right into their base, which can be another death trap because they can easily be sharking. Because the other team can easily be sharking, which is why I feel like sometimes Inkblot Art Academy Clamblitz, you don't see many super clams being thrown around.
Yeah, you definitely see less power clams coming out on that map. It tends to be one of those maps where it's a lot more waiting. And here we go. We are into Clamblitz Inkblot with Inkception versus Oofish.
All right, we do see is that a double roller coming out from Ilfish?
We do see a double roller coming out. Always fun to see things like that. And we are seeing a lot of ledge weapons here that love playing around those ledges, which actually will give the Heavy some trouble on a map like this, which is definitely a weapon that can be hard to get out of here.
Oh, okay, roller.
That's how rollers work.
Okay, roller 3 down.
3 down. But they don't have enough clams to do a ton with yet. They do have 12, but the roller does go down there, as Scrub is able to apply a lot of pressure using this High Nouveau. Not a weapon that you see a ton of.
And we see the try on the side of Ilfish, trying to get a pick, And now we do see the roller going down on the side of Inception. The bubbles coming to try to defend, and they do see the missiles and the bubbles just trying to stop them. But the Luna Blaster is going to be taken out that try as they pick that clam right back up, and but gets sucked completely as the baller comes in, takes control over mid, trying to get that pick, and they do get the pick. They could get the pick. They do, and the splash comes in. Try to save them. That the roller gets to pick off the Luna, and they get to pick off the try, and that's how a wipe on the side of Inception.
It is just a bloodbath of a game with picks going back and forth on each side. Neither team able to do a ton with them, though, due to the amount of ledge pressure from each side. And by doing that, it's really denying pushes.
We could see some kind of flank from the side of Illfish, but they're just going straight through that plat. They're 2 down, as they could take out the Luna. They don't take out the Luna, as they are going to eventually get taken out by the Booyah Bomb, and we do see the 2 clams going in, but no, they missed
the second
one!
clam! And the
They
last
missed-
up is the Flingza, who is on respawn, so they can't manage to get that clam, and that is only a push to 80. That is not what you want to see in a clam blitz game. That is 1 power clam and a singular small clam going in. That is not enough to stop any good push, especially on a map like this where clam spawns are so close to the basket. Bubbles coming out from the K Junior, applying a lot of pressure, but not able to find any picks. 2 people here on this right side being pushed heavily by Cookies, as they're just trying to find space control, and not quite able to find it. Baller going in, but they don't have a power at the ready. And the Baller losing a lot of the clams that they had. Nobody's picked up that pity, and it is a 2-down situation for Inception again.
Right now, with half of the match over 2 down on the side of Inception, we could see another potential push as now 3 down, as we do see that try going right into their bats, and they could get a pick off the other try. They do, and they push it.
You just need, and they're throwing in these clams, trying to get all 9 in, which gives you way more points than just throwing in a single power clam, as each clam is worth 3 points. Hatchet able to get a great pick on the other roller there. They're able to really clear out the space now, and it's only a push to 58, which is by no means unbeatable, although it does take 2 power clams and another small clam to really try and get in there. As the roller is painting up in mid, able to make a power here if they want to, not choosing to, which makes sense for a roller. Applying a lot of pressure to this ledge area, not quite able to find anything though. They're just having to wait for their opportunity as they're able to push up, and they're going to set up a jump here probably.
The roller is setting up a good jump for them, but can they do get the clam in. Another player just trying to go in, and they do get the clam in. Another player going in there,
Not
but
quite
they
able
can't
to
get
find
the
any more
lead.
clams in. But that is a push to 60, which opens up a lot more space for them, and that'll probably put their penalty at 20, so it'll take another big clam and another small clam to get lead. As we are seeing the Flingza having these missiles ready to try and hold down mid, as they just need to play solid defense right now, or hope that they can get a pick. Great pick on the Luna. Another pick on the try, not quite able to find it though, as the try is really trying to hold this space, apply a lot of pressure. Bubbles coming out from the K Junior, forcing the Heavy to back up. And the Heavy is applying pressure to this right tree area.
You know, with a minute remaining, Inception really, they have what it takes to really push here, so Rain's going to be coming in. But no!
An incredible flank there from the try and the roller, able to get in a ton of points really quickly. I don't think they have the pity clam at the ready anymore. I believe the try jumped in with it, but they only need a few clams to get in. Although the K Junior's bubbles are going to make that rough. They managed to get a kick on the K Junior with that roller. The flings those last, but they're able to get a few more clams in, and they just need 1 clam, but the try probably won't be able to get there in time. But there's only 30 seconds left, and that's such a strong push. And you're seeing the K Junior here sitting by the basket, waiting to pick up the pity that's going to drop. The roller throwing the power clam back to their teammates, knowing that they're more useful being able to push up more aggressively, but the try does go down already. And the roller is going to try and get a flank off here, but they might not be able to find it.
We do see
Although the
Hatchet
Heavy doesn't
trying.
see them.
Hatchet.
But they don't have
with
any
the-
clams ready to be jumped in with.
Yeah, but they could grab, no, but they do grab the pity. They grab both
They do.
clans, and it's time to push there. As we do see
Good
the
flash
clans
cam coming out,
going
getting
down to
2
40.
picks.
But
They
now
just
that
need a few
roller-
more clams to get in to get lead here, but they don't have enough, so they're still going to need to gather some clams, but that is a full wipe, as the Luna is just throwing in these clams that they can find. Their teammates hopefully going to be able to find some as they try and spawn in. Luna getting
Yeah,
another
two.
pick. They still need clams. They just need 3 more clams, I believe. And the Luna's still here, able to apply this pressure, but they're not going to be able to get clams in time, it doesn't look like. One more.
Wait, no!
And they still need an
Oh!
incredible push out of Inception to get that game back.
Oh my
Inception able to
goodness.
do an incredible comeback push there, seeing two really fun flank pushes go off from both sides. Inception managing to do that incredible overtime push with all that pressure from the Luna. The Luna did such an excellent job of holding down that area and knowing where to stay.
And now they're able to tie it up 1-1. Oh my goodness. That was
Incredibly close game.
a very intense match, and Inkception tying it up. And this could be exactly what Inkception needs. That momentum boost. Momentum boost from overtime wins. It feels so good. And now I feel like Inkception could have the upper hand on Hillfish.
Absolutely, that's fully possible at this point. What an incredible game, and we were able to really see the importance of ledge control on a map like Inkplot, where there are so many little ledges to play around and apply pressure to. And next we are going to Splat Zone's Ancho, which won't favor the short-range weapons that we just saw both teams really liking. So it'll be interesting to see what weapons come out here, because this is not a map I'd expect to see something like Luna on.
And now, Splat Zone's Anchovy, a very interesting match, and just as you said there, Nox, the short-range weapons, they might not be as useful now. Especially on a map like Anchovy, you have those fans, and those fans really favor longer range weapons. And stuff like jets you especially see. I feel like there's going to be some kind of jet pull, but we could see another heavy, maybe even a midi come out.
I do expect the heavy to stay. They have been sitting on that heavy pretty tightly. They seem to really like it, which I'm happy to see. I think heavy is a underrated weapon. I think it applies a lot more pressure and can play more like a midline than people give it credit for.
And the heavy, they're really just able to sit on those frames and provide cover onto the zone, which is really needed. And especially with the Booyah, that's even more coverage. And
I would expect the tries to come back, admittedly, even though short range isn't super favored on this map, as they can apply so much pressure over those ledges.
This is going to be an interesting match. We don't know what's
We see an E-leader coming out, which will really put a lot of pressure on the heavy, as Inkception is going to really be able to, and we are seeing a C Junior, which will apply a ton of pressure to that heavy also, forcing them to have to move. The double rain coming out is really interesting to see.
And now we do see both teams pushing right on. We do see the C Junior, which is really unexpected, and I love seeing that weapon. They're able to cover that zone there. But the splashdown from the Claps coming in there, they pop the armor. And now Illfish, they do have that armor on. The tries pushing him right onto their plat. Taking that lead there as the E-leader is fighting for their lives. They do get that rain off, and they could potentially get the jump in, as now Try has to fight that Squeezer. Squeezer popping bubbles, but gets taken out by the Try. And the E-leader the roller. Now just that remix alive. And now it looks like Inception
kind of has to back off and respect the leader, especially since they're unscoped, as they can just apply so much pressure, and just like that, the heavy goes down. One of Heavy's worst matchups is any charger in the game.
And now they're able to paint up that zone. Inception, they have a good take on it. They pop the rains. They take that lead, which is, and all they have to do is,
and that is double hit to an auto bomb, which is always unfortunate when it happens. Rain coming out again from Lutzy, just applying constant pressure in front of them, with between the E-leader's rain and the C Junior's rain, really just able to keep everything going. And the Junior's able to just keep painting the zone to keep continuously getting it. Bubbles coming out from the Squeezer, able to get a pick on that Try, who was giving them a lot of trouble in the last game, and another pick. Really incredible to see the Squeezer just going in and taking up all this space, as they're just able to control the map so much as they're moving up into street now. Being careful not to overextend into it, as they can easily get picked off. The roller does sadly go down. Not able to find the cancel on the Clapples, forcing them to have to back down into mid, which gives the heavy a lot more space to work with, although they do still have to keep in mind where that leader is and respect them. Armor coming out as they're able to move forward more. Clapples pushing into this zone, as everyone's forced to back off from the missiles, and that is 2 down on the side of Voof.
And now we do see those Clapples ready, as we do see everyone on Inception is back alive. The Clapples pushing the bats, but get splashed on canceled by the Squeezer. They're able to push right back onto zone. It looks like they're going to be getting a nice easy cap onto zone, which is going to force Illfish out of that position. And now they have to really just try to push back in there. We do see the missiles getting caught there. as we do see the
And
Blue
the
Bomb
Booyah
also
Bomb.
getting popped.
And that is a player down on the other side, pushing the Flingza here, pushing the E-Leader, applying a lot of pressure, able to find the pick, which is awesome. That allows the Heavy to really move further forward and gives him a ton of space work. As the Flings is able to try and get some picks here on this pillow, Clapple going in to try and clean up after them, but not quite able to. And with the C Junior and his... Oh, and the Clapple getting a great pick on the Squeezer there, allowing them to maintain zone, pushing the Junior, able to get them, as the Clapple is over here just sharking by this pillow area. Although the zone does get capped by the E-Leader and the Crack-On. Able to get a pick on the leader. Should be able to get another pick here, just making sure that the roller can't roll over them with that splashdown.
And now we do see the couples that have that. Oh, but they do. They get rolled over by the by Hatchet there, and they get taken out by the try there. And this could be Illfish's chance to take lead.
Try doing a great job watching this right area, along with paying attention to left. Probably going to pop this armor here in a second as they're being watched by that E-Leader. Not quite able to save them from the bomb, though. And they're probably not going to be able to hold the zone here, but they are trying to get just a few more points. It's just a handful more into lead, but the C Junior's pushing in, and it's so hard to outpaint a C Junior with that rain on zone. And the bubbles come out, killing off the Flingza, as the C Junior's able to just fully claim this space. As the Heavy is just trying to guard that tower pull, helping their Clapple, having to back off a little bit from the auto bomb as the Clapple goes down. A Booyah Bomb coming out, but that probably won't be enough to get zone. It'll be enough to maybe neutral it, but it's so easy to outpaint that, especially with the C Junior.
And now, with the penalty out of the way, Inception getting more points onto the board there as a Remix completely painting over there. And they are able to assert that plus 30 penalty as Illfish taking that zone back. The Booyah Bomb's going to get popped. The Splashdown coming in, getting a pick off the Junior there. And Illfish is able to take back on that zone.
Absolutely. This could be another push for lead here from them. As the E-Leader goes down, it is just that Squeezer up, and the Squeezer is respawning. So the Try is able to really move in here to their office and apply a ton of pressure. Armor coming out, although the Flingza is already down. They're doing a good job focusing zone here, but they don't notice the Squeezer flank, it doesn't look like. But they're able to keep painting the zone. They just need a few more points to get lead. Flingza getting a great pick. The Heavy just needs to paint the zone, but they can't because of the bubbles in front of it. Heavy applying a lot of pressure to this Junior. This is not game yet. This could still be winnable for them, as we saw them do in the last game in overtime.
As now we do see that baller coming in, just trying to get that Remix out of the way. They need to be using those auto bombs to get them out of that position on their street. And now the Splashdown coming in. They're trying to take that zone there. As now
they might not be able to hold it because that C Junior's on their fan, and that's just so hard to deal with, and that will be game.
Game for Inception, and now it's going to be 2-1 in their lead.
Really incredibly close games coming out of these two teams. That is always so fun to see, and we're seeing interesting weapons come out. Just a lot of what makes low level so fun to commentate and watch coming out right now.
And now a nice win from Inception, and this could be just what they need. They just need to win this next match, and it is over.
Inception's doing a great job being able to maintain control. A great counter pick there into the E-Leader, knowing that the other team would probably run a Heavy.
Now, we're going to be moving on to game number 4, which is going to be Tower Control on the Reef. That's going to be very interesting.
It will be. Always a very back-and-forth map. It's very important to make sure that you get that left area to cover the drop by car to make sure that nobody drops you from there, along with maintaining bridge presence and presence on their street. It's such an interesting map for people to have to try and play around.
As we did see Tower Control Splat Zones, amazing map and mode combination. Reef Zones. Reef is just one of those maps where once you get bridge control, it is a nice spot to take lead.
Especially for that Heavy, but the Heavy is probably going to end up sitting on tower during this match. So I'd expect something else to try and hold the bridge, and probably the try to try and hold that left area by car. But it will be interesting to see what weapons come out. I don't think that we'll see the E-Leader back again, but I very well could be wrong. I also don't expect the C Junior to come back. Rain isn't quite as strong here as it is on Ancho, but I would be happy to be proven wrong. I do expect to see Hatchet still on that roller, though. I'd be surprised to see something else.
I've just been doing work on that roller. And
they absolutely have.
It's really what Inception needs. And as we're going to this match, I feel like it's going to be very unexpected. I feel like it's still anyone's game, and Illfish does still have a chance to take it back.
Absolutely. They've all been close games. It's not like either of these have been decisive victories for either team. And we are seeing a Hydra coming out. Not what I'd expected. Always exciting, though. And 2 rollers coming out from the side of Oofish.
to be very
It's interesting to see.
As we do see that Aerospray going straight for the Booyah Bomb. Immediately getting that Booyah Bomb off. And they're going to be throwing it on their side. And they're already picking up that tower. Not even one down on the side of Illfish. But that is now one down on the side of Illfish. But two down on the side of Inception. As
And
we
it looks
do
like
see
the
that
high is
roller.
going to go down to that roller flank. As we see the roller on the side of Oofish applying a ton of pressure, moving up with their flings to keep some paint for them. I'm surprised they didn't use their splashdown to get rid of that Booyah Bomb, because you can kill Booyah Bombs with them really easily. It does not quite manage to survive there, going down to the squeezer, but they did apply a ton of pressure and open up a ton of space for their team, although two members are down, so they're not quite able to utilize it very much, as the Flingza also goes down. Roller respawned. Try has armor ready, but is having to run away. Not quite able to find a pick there on the squeezer. Squeezer moving up here with Bubbles, applying pressure to this left car area that we were talking about. That's so important to try and hold, but the roller manages to take them out, as they're able to try and push in, going down to this Booyah Bomb, sadly, though.
Now, this could be Inception's chance to take in. It is their chance to take the lead. As they're now going to be
for a minute, yeah.
getting down to. That's why is Hatchet going right into their base. They really need to be taking out the roller as they do go down to the foil. And now down all the way, and they're going to be past that second checkpoint. They're just trying to stop the push.
Great pick there. Down. It is just the squeezer left, and they're going to rush down this squeezer, applying a ton of pressure. Pinching them, sort of. Able to almost get the pick, not quite able to find it. Going down to Bubbles, but that's a very early use of Bubbles, used very, very defensively, which loses a lot of aggressive power for them. Although two do go down, so I might have to take that statement back a little bit.
Two down on the side of
Oh,
the bomb! Oh
what
my
an incredible
goodness.
bomb there out of Saul. As Saul's able to really move up here, taking this car area, applying pressure, having to back off from the try a little bit, though, backing up to bridge to just make sure that they lock this down, make sure that nobody can drop on them from this direction as they get these bubbles ready.
Now we do see Hatchet going down there. As the bubbles getting popped, they are able to get a pick. And that roller, can they get the other pick? They do get the other pick, down 3 down on the side of Illfish, and they're pushing.
On Oofish,
Oh
they
my
only have 2 more points to get through. They don't have any checkpoints left. They can just keep jumping into tower and win this game. And that will be game to Inkception.
An amazing close set, and Inkception was able to turn it around after that first loss against Illfish. And now 3-1. Inkception taking a nice win, and they're going to be moving on to top 4.
Absolutely. What an incredible game out of what an incredible set out of both teams. Really interesting weapon choices coming out. Loved how good, and the Squeezer just really did incredibly that last game, applying so much pressure, using their bubbles so well.
And with that being said, that is it for these sets. It's been amazing commentating with you, Raisin. But where can they find you?
They can find me on Twitter at NoxRaven42 and at Twitch at NoxRaven42. And where can they find you?
You can find me on most social media at MathMeg123 and at MathMeg1231 on Twitter. It's been very fun commentating with you, but we're going to be moving into our next 2 commentators to finish off LSL 21, Rob and Vapor.
Well, hello, friends, and welcome to Little Squid League 21. This is Vapor here on the mic with Rob, bringing you guys some of the best low-level Splatoon action. First off here, we are going to have Sia versus Lemongrass, and I don't know much about these teams here. I just know we're going to start off on Tower Control Manta Maria.
Should be quite exciting though. Sia was a top contender for a recent Little Squid League. And
Yeah.
Lemongrass is a under the radar kind of team, doing quite well throughout the group stage and top cut so far.
Yeah, looking at the seeds that these teams were seeded into our top cut here, we have Sia at number 1 getting your round 1 bye, and Lemongrass going through a few strong teams of their own, taking out Bamboo Dragons and Salvo 4, sweeping both those teams respectively. So it's going to be really interesting watching Lemongrass going up against our top contender to win this tournament right now, and just seeing how these low-level comps, and people always talk about how insane the low-wing comps are. Well, from what I've seen at these past few sets, we've seen a lot of interesting things. Double roller, like arrow spray. What else could we see? Custom Junior come right back out. Let's get on our way though. Tower Control on Manta Maria.
And it seems that the other team is running pretty normal comp, right? We got 10 missiles, Booyah Bomb, and armor.
Yeah, the
Interesting
only
stuff.
out of the ordinary weapon here would be that Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. So seeing that option is not as strong as an armor weapon as something like a Zap, but between that and the Nautilus, it could do a lot of suppression, as we see Rafa applying to that Booyah Bomb, unfortunately going down to that though. But 3 down on the side of that green team, and it's going to be Lemongrass taking first control of this tower.
Yeah, it's a very dominant start so far. See if Sia can kind of stagger their push.
I mean, there's only so much a man can do, and going off a map is just unfortunate. That's going to be the Inkjet going down, and Doritos on this ends up finding another. But with the tower moving back away from them, a few of their members did end up going down and just fighting up in this bunker. That bunker is going to be a key position. You don't want Nautilus or a K-52 to get set up over there, because they could just lock you right out.
Exactly. There's no way to re-enter that way. You have to try and go around through left. If you can, at least.
Booyah Bomb coming out from Edo out here on this 52. Pushing up with it. That's going to be 2 down on the side of Sia. And Lemongrass looking nice and fine, already up onto the opponent's mast here, zooming right past that second checkpoint. With 2 down on the side of Sia, there's only 1 on the side of Lemongrass. And then make that another. It's only that Inkjet and everyone else from Sia is coming out of spawn and making it all the way through all 3 checkpoints. That is Lemongrass before getting shut down by this opposing K-52. And it looks like this tower is going to reset and move back into mid.
What an intense push. The coordination between these, like Lemongrass, was just incredible. They staggered their pushes long enough to kind of really get deep into their Sia's base and get the tower through.
Action ball off the wall, taking out the armor for this takeout. Booyah Bomb being popped out, 1 down on each side. We need to see a few picks from Sia to open up any potential for a push here. And looking at the position of these Sia members, they are a bit far away from each other and they can't really take advantage with each other. So they end up, unfortunately, getting wiped out here. And that's going to be Lemongrass once again with control. Sia has not have been able to catch a break yet.
Not at all. It seems like Lemongrass is always on the offensive here, trying to go after Sia in all kinds of pushes. And
few more points on the board, all the way down to 4 remaining before going 2 down. That is Sia with the stop there. And this K-shot, Luna, just trying to keep this 52 off that right side, forcing him to jump out. Going to be a staggered white, or at least effective 3 down with that Rapid Blaster on that far left side. And early on here, or not really early on here, but we are heading into our 4th minute of gameplay here, and Sia finally getting some points on the board.
Let's see how they combine each other and really kind of move in there.
Bomb coming out might be a bit early, but it does find at least a pick onto that opponent's zap. That delays any type of armor for this Lemongrass team. But look at this, K52, finding 2, finding 3. That is going to be 3 down on the side of Lemongrass, and even looking for a 4th, making it past that second checkpoint. Booyah coming out, and all this pressure from this 52 is just keeping the members of Lemongrass backed up. They need to find a way to make it past this 3rd checkpoint, and with missiles ready for Luna here on the side of Sia, they could definitely do something with it, but everyone else goes down on their team. Oh no!
Unfortunate. Time to just reposition and get ready to do another counter push there.
Only 10 seconds left on the clock. Not much time to take advantage. This will have to go into overtime to find this win, but they still have to make it past that 3rd checkpoint. Booyah Bomb coming out, and all those bombs on the tower. That will not be enough. And Lemongrass, your underdogs finding game 1 here.
Truly intense. Such an offensive raid going through with Lemongrass. Such a strong start and just continuing to keep like a dominant kind of positioning throughout the entire match.
Yeah, and they've been dominant throughout Top Cut. That looking at bracket here, Lemongrass has yet to drop a single game throughout this Top Cut. So it's going to be honestly really interesting to see the set. Sia coming off a 3-0 win and a break through round 1 for getting that bye. But Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Track, we did see Lemongrass take a quick lead. And with a very fast-paced map and mode, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a quick knockout from Lemongrass. But I do want to see is Sia just make a fight and go the distance with this game. The longer this game goes, I think it'll benefit Sia in the long run.
True. We saw that the longer that past match went, they had more time to kind of coordinate themselves to get a better push in and avoid getting kind of staggered and, taken out one by one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just finding the staggers, finding the picks. Sia needs to work more together as a team and find conclusive picks. 1, 2, find them all even. You can open up an opportunity just like that. Rainmaker can be a 30-second game. It could be a 15-second game on some stages. This is one of those stages where it could be done in the blink of an eye.
Yep. It can be just like finished in the first 30 seconds. It really depends on, how the teams start their approach with popping that Rainmaker there.
For sure. But Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Track, we didn't really talk about weapons, though. Weapons-wise, rollers, sloshers, those are all really good on Humpback, Pump Track with all the verticality and ramps there are. We don't see any of those here. We actually see a charger, but either way, those fall-off shots and even Stingray to lock down these pushes might make a huge difference.
Exactly. If you get to the long way through like the elbow, you can get a nice Stingray in and just completely wall the Rainmaker out and just eliminate them. It's such a strong special here.
Ooh, what a snipe by this charger finding a pick on the zap. That is going to be 2 down, make that 3 down on the side of Lemongrass. And for Sia, this is the time to find a push. they cannot be hesitant throughout, and they need to find this early lead. Lemongrass has been taking a lot of control. If you get Lemongrass set up, they're going to be moving for a while, so you gotta make that push quick and keep Lemongrass unstable.
True, but unfortunately the Rainmaker does go down quite quickly.
A bomb off the Rainmaker shield, finding the K-shot as well. That's going to be a zap, finding 2 members of Sia there, but the Charger just slowing down any potential push Lemongrass had in mind, sniping that K-shot. So that this Rainmaker is more than likely going to reset back into mid here, not far from where it was, but it does reset. Sia moving into mid, moving past mid even, and just try and find a pick. They do find that Jet Squelcher, which locks down any potential Ray for Lemongrass, and just find a few more for Sia. They can easily make a quick push.
Let's see. They do have the Inkjet and Stingray, so they have an opportunity to kind of push in a bit more and kind of combine those specials to get a lot more damage and chip into Lemongrass.
I think they're trying to hold those specials for their push, or even for defense here. They do stop that Rainmaker early on. That's 2 down on the side of Lemongrass. Make that 3. It's only this Jet Sculpture on Rafa, forced to jump out. That's going to be an effective wipe. And it's going to be the Charger to grab that Rainmaker. They do have that Inkjet, but they do not have Stingray for this push. But the Ray goes down for Lemongrass, and that is going to be huge here for Sia. They do take this lead. Try to watch your back. There might be someone in that trench going in as many points as they possibly can. That is going to be 49 points remaining in favor of Sia. So, just like that, we're just under 3 minutes into this game. Sia currently has lead.
Intense. Getting that Rainmaker around the elbow can be a huge game changer, honestly.
Rainmaker reset back into mid, but there are 3 members of Sia on that left side. If Lemongrass can find a way to get this pop, bring it around that right side quick, then they might actually have a quick chance to take the lead right back. That's going to be the Charger, the only person that was on that right side to go down. But no one is picking up this Rainmaker. They do finally pick it up, moving it over to this right side, and going in for this lead. That's going to be the Inkjet and the Charger trying to stop this Rainmaker, but the Charger tap shot finding the Rainmaker, and another. That is a quick 2 down, make that 3 down on the side of Lemongrass. But they took advantage of the positioning from Sia. They realized everyone that was left alive was on that left side, so they just swung it right as fast as they could.
He did, and that was just like the fastest way to get an immediate lead, taking advantage of your opponents. True.
Trying to take the rail to snag that lead right back, but we are heading into this last minute. Lemongrass trying to drop this Rainmaker away from their plat. If they can, they'll be in a nice position. You don't want to die and respawn with it, but with armor ready, being popped out, missiles for the side of Lemongrass. We could see almost anything happen here in the last 30 seconds. That's going to be the Rainmaker going down, Stingray coming out, getting taken out from behind. So you gotta watch your back if you're on the side of Sia. Inkjet coming out, and just like that, Rainmaker being taken out once more. We are heading into these last 20 seconds. This push might not even be over for Sia. All the way down, almost taking that lead. It's only this Nautilus. They get taken out. Everyone is down, and with not enough time to get back. That is going to be Lemongrass snagging game 2 and trying to say Sia to Sia.
What an intense closing there. Sia did have a chance to kind of, switch it up and take lead again, but not early on, but when they were going for that push beforehand, and just missed the mark by a tad, and trying to go in for that second push, and it just did not work. Unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate. almost taking that lead right back. But that was a really good play by Lemongrass. So with realizing that all the members of Sia were on that one side, just take out the person on that right side, push down that right side. Like they took advantage of the situation, but this is once again match point in favor of Lemongrass. Sia is going to have to look for this reverse sweep, but they need to start it on the splat zones on Skipper Pavilion.
Quite a fun zones match here. I wonder what kind of compositions will probably switch up based on these current teams.
I personally don't like this map, but then that's just me as a player. but what weapons for the stage like Sorella Tentabrella, Aerospray MG, the silver one, those might not be bad ideas with that bomb rush option if they want to move down through mid. Other weapons like Blobber or any zoning weapon might be a good idea as well. A lot of suppression, a lot of zoning capabilities, and you may be looking pretty much in the clear if you get control of that zone. We do see the Firefin Nautilus and that Rapid Deco come right back out here though. So similar comps on each side, and they're keeping with what they do best with.
True.
No early cap here, but this is going to be the Zap and Rapid on the top, topping that armor and getting this cap right here in these first 20 seconds of this game. But with that Nautilus going down, we might be in a very tight situation. Bombs neutralizing the zone for a moment, but that's not going to be enough to hold that neutral. 3 members of Sia on that bottom side. Here comes that bomb rush, trying to get the cap here on the zone. Charger unable to find a pick just yet, but they do take that zone, and we're just under a minute ahead, and we've seen pick after pick, and there's another one for that Charger this time around.
The Charger definitely has some pinpoint accuracy. You're trying to get another pick on that top left area. See if they can snag another one before we go down.
They might be able to, but that Booyah Bomb just taking out that Zap, going in for another. That's 3 down on the side of Sia. It's only this K-Shot last one alive, and they're stuck in the very sticky situation, able to find a way out of there somehow with that jump out. But that is going to be Lemongrass with control of the zone. Penalty points are eaten through. They didn't have much to begin with. So it's going to be Beto on this K-Gal and another member on Lemongrass on the south side, just trying to stop any push from the bottom side of the zone. But that's going to flip right out. They lost control of the top, and it's only this Nautilus from Sia. They do find the pick there, a 2v2 situation on the field. Zone sticking in favor of Sia for now. But we gotta keep in mind, that Rapid has a lot of suppression with walls, but they end up going down!
Wow. Let's see if Sia can kind of take back the lead here from Lemongrass, as that last push was able to kind of get them back on top.
Sia does find the lead, but it's going to be Beto finding one pick here. They are going for a hero play right now, but decide to be like, alright, no, I'm out of here. It's more worth saving my life rather than getting a triple right now, and that's going to be the Rapid trying to help their teammate. One member going to be jumping out here. But Lemongrass eating through that penalty once again, taking this lead right back in their favor. We are 3 minutes into this game, Rob, and Inkjet is going to be popped here, neutralizing the zone, and they're going for the cap.
Nice combination there of Tenna missiles and the Inkjet shots. Just getting enough chip to kind of give the Inkjet enough, splash damage on both of these players there. It's really a back and forth kind of match right now, as they constantly take lead away from each other.
bomb rush and missiles ready for the side of Sia. Armor getting popped out. Here comes the missiles and the bomb rush. They are using all specials at once to hold on to this zone, which might be a good idea as they do take that lead right back. It's going to be Lemongrass to neutralize the zone and finding a few picks, take the zone back, but it's going to be the Nautilus from Sia keeping their hopes alive. Jump in from this K shot, unfortunately going to get picked off. But zone flipped right back in favor of Sia. Oh, the Charger with a nice shot.
That Charger is just popping off right now, getting the best kind of picks it can.
Honestly, we are heading into these last 50 seconds. Not much penalty is left on the board for Sia, so Lemongrass is going to have to do something with their specials. Last 40 seconds here. Booyah Bomb getting popped out here, and the armor. The zone will flip, but it's going to be Lemongrass to try to move and separate the members of Sia. But look at Luna on that right side of your screen, finding 2 picks, almost finding a third, trying to keep their hopes alive. We are now in a 1v1 situation between the Nautilus and the Rapid, and that's going to be the Nautilus coming out on top. They need to find the zone, but they can't! From the respawn, that's going to be the K-Shot. They go down to a suction bomb. The zone is still in favor of Lemongrass here. So we need to see a neutral from Sia, and they actually take the zone back in these last closing seconds. Sia is keeping their hopes alive, taking game 3. We might be in process of seeing a reverse sweep here.
Was truly intense. That last minute post-mortem kind of pick from the Nautilus with the suck bomb was insane. Just enough to kind of keep the zone from getting fully capped and just going back to Sia there.
What a play. They just all went for the zone. They didn't care about picks. They didn't care about taking their time. There wasn't much penalty left to go. There wasn't much of a lead difference. They just went purely for the zone. If they lost it, oh well, they applied a penalty. But they just went for the zone. They held the zone through the last 2 seconds of that game, and they just ran away with that. Sia, who cutting it a little bit close here. We're going to head to Clambless on the Reef next.
It'd be quite exciting to see the Reef again.
Yep. And
Clambless
Reef.
Gonna pop up here.
Oof. I honestly think we're going to see pretty similar comps. We've seen basically the same comps, except for maybe that Charger throughout this whole set. Tower Control, Manta Maria was the only really difference. And Bomb Rush might honestly be a really good option for the stage. Bomb Rush under the basket, get up into that car area. If you could get your Slayers up there, that might be the key to success for this. The Reef on clams can snowball really heavily, but it could also be really back and forth.
Very true. That's very true. Honestly, if you get that left lane there by a car, you can just steamroll with a bunch of surprise clams there and just take a dominant lead. Catch them by surprise there.
And we saw a few flanks earlier in the stream as well. I'm pretty sure it was the roller from Inception that we saw previously on an Inkblot Clams game. They got behind and they were able to take the win off of that. Let's see if we could see anything else superb here. K Jr. coming out, and not much of a switch up for either team other than that Charger switching over to that K Jr.
Should be interesting. Maybe the K Jr. might try and, use bubbles in the left lane and try to get into car that way. Get a safe kind of push.
Yeah, and there isn't a roller, so you can't get crushed through those bubbles. But you do have to be cautious of that blaster. Those indirects from the blaster can go through the bubbles, but that's going to be Luna finding the blaster with a suction bomb. 3 down on the side of Lemongrass. And Sia looking nice and snazzy here early on. Bubbles coming out from this K Jr., but they do not have a clam here in the first minute.
and they got to build up the power cam now and try to see if they can re-enter and get a solid push in here.
One down on the side of Sia. That's going to be the K shot, but they're holding their control. Nautilus may be looking for a flank, but it's going to be Lemongrass going from this right side, trying to stagger out these members of Sia. This Zap going from behind, trying to find one, but it's going to be the Bubbles pushing them right back to their team. Bubbles finding a pick, that's going to be the K-Gao going down, and the Zap going to get picked off by that Nautilus as well. Sia just holding strong, holding their street as much as they can. This K-Shot finding a pick onto the opposing K-Shot. Nautilus just trying to keep them at bay, but with their teammates, that's going to be really dangerous to challenge.
Very much so, but we see that the Nautilus is trying to get a double here, trying to get them to move further in and get back to mid to try and see if they can re-enter push here.
Nautilus on top mid bridge here, but from the tree, that's going to be one of the members going down. 3v1 on the field. Nautilus last one alive for Sia. So Lemongrass can make a huge push here. That's going to be a staggered wipe here, and we might see the first points on the board, but there are no clams for Lemongrass.
Unfortunately, that means it's going to be quite a slow way to get a push going. And they might have to kind of back out and try and reclaim a bunch of clams in order to kind of get in. Or
Such
not.
a neutral game. Those are going to be missiles taking out that ball carrier. But look at the stat. They went in, they got 3 with help of their team. And it's going to be Lemongrass just trying to hold control here. Can they pick up that clam and score it? Yes, they can. But it's going to be the Junior finding a pick onto the Zap. But clams from the car going into that basket. Another member going down, bubble combo coming out from this K Junior, trying to stop any more potential clams going into this basket. But watch your back once you push that bridge. That's going to be Beto right behind you, shutting you down. But even though that was a really small push for Lemongrass here, that might be the winning push, looking at how neutral this game has been.
Truly, it seems like no team can really get in and hold down the other team's area in order to get a push in. Unless it seems one team might try to go for the
Luna popping those 10 missiles. And that's going to be 3 down on the side of Sia, actually. Luna just trying to get out of there. Trying to get out unscathed, but they're going to get pincered in. Ends up getting staggered out. But we could see another push here from Lemongrass. They built up their power. They have this closed area and car locked down. And applying in more points. That's going to be the Bubbles from the K Junior finding 1 pick there and shutting out right in front of that basket. All the way down, 49 remaining, and we could definitely see more on the board, but it's only going to be the Rapid last one alive. Getting picked off on their own. That is going to be a staggered wipe in favor of Sia. They need to find a move, get clams, and make a huge push here. They need to make at least a 52-point push. We are heading into the last 15 seconds of this game.
both the specials that they have saved up, there is a good chance that they can kind of throw the clams in here. Fortunately, bubbles seem to dissipate quickly and just get picked off.
Unfortunate. They were able to use their specials to coordinate that push, but they just weren't able to use the specials and stay alive. They ended up going 3 down on the last one on that bridge, getting collapsed on by the members of Lemongrass. And they are going to take the set and head to your grand finals of Swim or Sink 21. And Lemongrass here, they're your underdogs heading into this. So I'm excited to see what happens here in these grand finals, but they might not be your underdogs anymore, taking out your #1 seed.
truly insane. Seems like a lot of people were expecting Sia to kind of be the dominant team throughout this tournament. However, Lemongrass did show a remarkable performance here.
Yeah, but with that though, we're gonna call it quits here. I'm exhausted after that set. Well, let's take a quick break, give the players some rest as well. We'll be back here with Little Squid League 21 Grand Finals coming up next. Welcome back to Little Squid League 21. This is Vapor here on the mic with Rob, ready to bring you the best of the best here in low-level Little Squid League 21 Grand Finals. We have Lemongrass. They have swept basically throughout this whole top cut bracket, only dropping one game to Sia here in semifinals, which we just saw on stream. And they're going up against Ship Shape, who came off a clutch reverse sweep. So we're going to start us off here. Splat zones on Starfish main stage. Rob, do you have any takes on these?
Well, I feel like it could be quite an interesting way to see how Lemongrass kind of flanks the other team, sneaking through the right or left side with their aggressive composition and playstyle. So I'd like to kind of see how they kind of take an approach to this stage here.
Yeah, it is going to be really interesting. We have Lemongrass against Ship Shape here in Grand Finals. Tri-Slosher coming out from Ship Shape, and that's going to be a vanilla Nautilus coming out, having that point sensor and baller. Not something you see every day.
It's quite rare nowadays with the not 89.
And finding a really good pick onto Beto, still on that K52 gal, and with that rapid going down, this is going to be such a back and forth game. These two teams are here for a reason, but with 3 down on the side of Ship Shape, this Nautilus has to be very cautious and pops that baller trying to stay alive, but not going down, which is actually really huge. They're still in this. Tekka trying to go around for this blank here.
Yes, let's see how Lemongrass uses this offensive kind of push here, kind of going around and seeing what they can do. You see 2 down already on the side of Ship Shape. It offers Lemongrass just a nice kind of lead here, as Ship Shape has to try and slowly get back in.
Yeah, and for Starfish main stage that we're on, it's not one of those amazing, always go around for a flame. It's more lockout heavy as Ship Shape gets a quick 3 down, forcing the last one back up to that snipe area. Marge actually going in for this is unfortunately not able to win that 1v1 here. But Starfish main stage is not one of those stages where you usually see someone go far in. You don't usually see someone go in that deep because it could be lockout heavy and it tunnels into mid. So you just watch out for those flanks. You'll be nice and dandy as Kevin gets taken out there. But Lemongrass here early on with this quick lead, not much penalty go through, trying to shred that Booyah Bomb. They do get the shred, but the Booyah Bomb and zone does flip.
Intense.
Ship Shape here, painting the zone, breaking through these penalty points. Not much remaining, and they are trying to dip into getting some actual score on the board. That's going to be 3 down. It's only the Zap last one alive for the members of Lemongrass, and they hold the zone for Ship Shape. That is actually huge, breaking through all those penalty points, but with that splash going down, they're going to have a rough time holding this zone as they try to take the lead, but it is stopped right before they take the lead. That is going to be Lemongrass holding this lead for now, 1 down on each side here.
What a buzzer beater there. It seemed like, Ship Shape did not go for the lockout and instead kind of just stayed still in zone there and missed out on the opportunity to kind of keep them pressured out.
Marsh holding this Booyah Bomb does end up throwing it to that far side. Not able to get the neutral, but all the penalty points are broken through. Trying to go for that 1v1 against Doritos and ends up losing that. That is 2 down on the side of Ship Shape. And with that baller coming out, Doritos holding this last person back. They need to find this zone, but they can't even get the flip off it. That is going to be Lemongrass showing that they are just dominant throughout this top cut.
What a closing to that match. Now, if we were to look at how ShipShape had been doing in this past set here, they had won pretty much on the zones moves. So I feel like if we're going to get into counterpicking, they would probably try and counterpick to a zones map that they won on previously. But with how dominant Lemongrass was on here, they might want to try something else.
Yeah, we are in grand finals. This is not the same idea with what teams want to do, where previously throughout this tournament we've had set map lists, and now this is where the knowledge of the map list goes in your favor. Counter picks. What map and mode allows your weapons to do very well that weakens your opponents, and this is what it all comes down to. Lemongrass takes that first game. They just have to win on their own counter picks, and they'll be nice and fine. Counter pick coming in, that is going to be Splat Zones on Macomart.
Pick on their side. That was one of the matches that they did win in the semifinals in their own set. So let's see if they can bring that ShipShape magic in and take a win for themselves.
For sure. Like we said this earlier, ShipShape did come into this grand finals after getting a reverse sweep against Inception. So with Inception being a strong team of their own, you don't want to let your guard down against ShipShape either if you're on the side of Lemongrass.
Exactly. Letting your guard down just means that it gives them the upper hand to kind of strike and take it back.
Exactly. Like that's basically what happens. You lose one. What do you want to do? Try to get two members? No, keep yourself alive. That living pressure is something that people really underestimate here, especially in lower level of Splatoon. So just keep yourself alive and build up your specials. Use your specials as a team and coordinate them together. We're heading here to Splat Zones on Macomart for Game 2, and pretty similar comps on each side, but the main difference is going to be that Jet Sculpture switching off that Nautilus.
Going for a more of a missile popping kind of like keeping people moving and around the map kind of flow. Less aggro here. However, the other team did bring a Tri-Star, which could be very, very good on the stage, especially on stacks.
Yeah, you don't want that Tri-Slaughter to get set up on stacks at all, as this K52, having that Booyah Bomb ready. Armor is online for the team of Lemongrass. Bomb Rush coming out, not going to do much. Zone still in favor of Lemongrass here as ShipShape trying to break in. That's going to be Kevin on Splash and ends up getting picked off. Doritos with the Zap, unable to find a pick, but look at all of this map control in favor of Lemongrass here. They are just showing dominance right now and collapsing on every single one of them. Look at this teamwork, Rob. Oh my goodness.
Insane. And they still have the numbers to kind of hold zone and avoid the last person alive taking over. And just like that, a quick win. Incredible.
Yeah, like I wouldn't just say a quick win, but they just moved fast and showed a dominance over ShipShape. Like I would be personally scared of a team that just comes out just showing dominance throughout the whole game.
Definitely. It really does throw you off a little bit. To kind of get back in here, they got to really think around what, Lemongrass struggles at. Try to see what stage or map mode they can try to counter to, get the upper hand on Lemongrass.
Yeah, Lemongrass, we've been seeing a lot of that Rapid Blaster. And that Rapid Blaster being the longest range weapon, you need to find a way to take that Rapid Blaster out of the play. They're the one that's causing the main issue right now. So find the map and mode that takes the Rapid Blaster away. Honestly, Rainmaker might be the best option.
True. Very true. Let's see how they take this approach with this next counter pick here.
I mean, there's only so much a team can do, but counter pick coming right back in. That's going to be splat zones on Wahoo World, and this is what I was somewhat going to be afraid of. That Rapid Blaster might still have a field day because of how open that plat area the zone is. If you get that Rapid Blaster set up on top of one of those walls looking over the zone, then oh boy, you might be in some trouble.
Very. It can set up quite well here and just lock out Ship Shape, which is a potential thing they need to look out for. Either try to introduce a ranged weapon that can truly counter the Rapid, or give it their all.
Hear me out. We did see that Vanilla Jet Sculpture come out. Even though this is splat zones, I think switching over to that custom Jet Sculpture, if they run that Jet Sculpture back, might be the better idea. Have that Stingray, and you basically outrange everyone on the other team. If you could take out that Rapid with the Stingray, amazing! Even just dislocating it to a weaker position would be perfect for what Ship Shape needs in this situation.
Quite true. It would definitely kind of give them a lot more edge on the opposing Lemongrass team here.
They go back to the Nautilus 47 and back to that baller too. So having March onto that Inkjet Brush might be something they need to keep in mind. But the Charger and Rapid Blaster coming out from Lemongrass might keep that brush at bay and give them some troubles.
Very. That's a lot of range for this stage, and just it'll very much keep them kind of distant from either zone or just making pushes into their base here.
Well, look at the shark flank by this Zap, going in for that Nautilus, unable to find it, unable to come up with anyone. What a good recovery by Ship Shape there. They do end up finding the pick on the Zap and that 52, but keep an eye on where that Charger is. Bomb rush ready, and ooh, they can just take you down in one single snipe.
True. It's, if you're not looking out for that ray or reticle, it's over.
It can be over in a blink of an eye. Inkjet coming out. That is all specials out from Ship Shape. They are going purely for the zone, and they're unable to make the cap. They probably should have staggered out their specials a little bit, just keep them going one after one, but they just used them all. They got almost nothing out of it, and with 2 members going down, we are heading into these last 30 points remaining. Veto game taken out by that Nautilus, but we're under 20 points remaining here. There is not much time left on the clock, and Ship Shape needs to at least flip this zone.
Now or never, as they say.
The baller.
However, the
finds
Nautilus is getting 2, possibly a third pick here.
Yeah, they find 3, but they weren't able to get the zone. The zone, the objective. They just needed to focus that objective, but they couldn't. Nautilus got a little bit too greedy, and their teammates ended up going multiple down, unable to paint that zone. Ship Shape, that was a really good play, but they couldn't execute it as they wanted it to.
Very much so. It's quite unfortunate. That could have, with the objective taken, that could have been quite a good opportunity to kind of lock the other team out, as they would have both the Charger and the Rapid down. But they didn't get the zone, so we'll have to.
And now this is match point as well. So Ship Shape not only has to win on their counter pick, which they've been struggling to do, they have to win on 3 of Lemongrass's counter picks, and we've only seen splat zones. We haven't seen any of the other modes where that Rapid could actually just light up on modes like Tower Control, on flat Clam Blitz maps. Like, Lemongrass is looking very much in the clear right now, but ShipShape is going to be an uphill battle from here. It's not over until that clock hits 0, though.
Very true. We have seen ShipShape under pressure like this, where it's just almost over, come back and win the set. So maybe they'll pull it through, and they'll get that 3 win over their counter picks and this match as well.
Yeah. If you're ShipShape, though, one mode I would definitely try to avoid is tower control. Like, you see that Rapid Blaster. We saw Charger come out. That Charger, what Charger have? Stingray. Stingray is really good on tower control. We've seen Booyah Bomb be extremely well, but with the counter pick going in, we are heading to tower control on Inkball Art Academy. Really questionable pick here, but if they can make it work out, that'll be really good for them.
Very true. Just an unfortunate pick, though. Seems like Lemongrass has the better tools for this kind of map and mode here. Let's see what ShipShape might pull out and try to, kind of come back with.
Yeah, like, I want to see a heavy remix or a Stingray heavy come out from ShipShape. Like, I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on this, but I am pretty sure one of the players of ShipShape can use those backline splat links. And having a Booyah Bomb or Stingray option would be really good for this. Key point for ShipShape, though, is to push up into your opponent's bats area. Get up on their plat. Get past that second checkpoint right under their spawn ledge. You should be really good in the clear, but we've seen weirder things before.
We have quite odd scenarios pull through with Squid League here.
So, with everyone ready to go, we are going to be heading into match point for Lemongrass, as they're currently up 3-0 in this set. Tower control on Inkbot Art Academy. Rapid Blaster coming right back out. K-Pro and Stingray Charger. We do see that Stingray option and that Booyah Bomb option, as I was talking about. So just keep an eye for those specials. And with the K-Pro and as much kill power as it has, just watch out from your back as look at Marshall ready, like trying to push up there quick.
If they can get in a quick move in here and try and get that Rapid Blaster, it could be a very good start for ShipShape here. Fortunately, it seems like ShipShape is not the one getting the offensive started here. It is rather Lemongrass. Getting 2 down on ShipShape.
That was 3 down, one coming out of that spawn, 10 missiles coming right out to keep pressure onto that Charger. But the Inkjet getting taken out. It's only the Charger and everyone else coming out of that respawn position. So just be cautious, stay alive, and just hold the second checkpoint. Once the second checkpoint drops, it can snowball really heavily here. It not in ShipShape's favor, which they don't want to see at all.
No, you see, now's the time to really try and slow down this push and try to utilize their specials, but unfortunately, Ray goes down here.
Ooh, and look at Teku out here with this K-shot. Finds the Ray and finds 2 more, looking for a 4th. But this is a position you do not want to be in for ShipShape. That K-shot is up in your bats area. And with friends there to help them out, you do not want to be in this position for ShipShape, as everything can go downhill. They lose that second checkpoint, Teku ends up going down, but look at Bido and the other player from Lemongrass. But Marsh is there to clean it up, though. That's 2 down, holding the 3rd checkpoint for now. But ooh, that is a huge push, and on most times you play this, that is more than likely going to be a winning push opportunity.
Very much so, but Marsh was able to kind of clutch in with that Booyah Bomb and try to really slow them down and get the pace that they needed to kind of stop and from Lemongrass here.
Booyah Bomb from Marsh once again. and ends up getting picked off with 2 members of Lemongrass right there shooting right at them. And that's going to be 3 down. It's only that L3, which is backed up all the way to their spawn shield, basically. Jet coming out, and this Rapid on the side of Lemongrass is just putting so much suppression onto ShipShape right now. So they do slow down that push at least, and playing for map control right now is what ShipShape really needs to do. Find a way to activate your K-Pro. Find a way to build up your Stingray and activate positions for your Charger. That's what ShipShape needs to do right now.
So it seems like they're all kind of going down here and leaving the Charger alone. Really giving them an opportunity to really set up the Charger.
And with the Charger going down, there is not much time left on the clock. We are heading in these last 90 seconds, but that is going to be 3 down on the side of Lemongrass. This is your chance, if you are on ShipShape, to move up. You need to get up into that Bats area and just hold it. If you can get up there, you'll be in a really good position. Here comes that H-Jet into that Bats area. But watch that tower, though. It's still by that first checkpoint. It hasn't gone by it yet. That's going to be the Zap finding a pick. And a full wipe on the side of ShipShape. Oh boy, last minute. And, ooh, Lemongrass in a really good position right now.
So if we had seen a better use of the armor and inkjet combination, we could have seen them kind of push through that Bats and really claim that area and push Lemongrass out and really get through checkpoint 1 and then slowly through checkpoint 2. However, that was not the case here. If they can get their specials back together again and try to coordinate it better, they can most likely get through this.
And one big thing is breaking through the checkpoints. Not only do they have to get through checkpoint 1 and 2, they have to break through part of checkpoint 3 as well, which makes that Bats area even more important. Lock out the members of Lemongrass into their spawn area and get those first few checkpoints. Then you need to make your team fight and win that team fight too to even have any slight portion of chance. Here comes that Stingray and Booyah Bomb combination. They do find 2 members, make that 3, and this is the opportunity ShipShape needs with all the others members going out of spawn. But look at that K-Gow. They drop on that tower, 3 down, and they take that tower right back, and Lemongrass going to take this game and will be your winners of Little Squid League 21.
What an incredible showing from Lemongrass here. Truly a strong set in their favor.
It really was. A few questionable counterpicks there for ShipShape, but we are still all in a learning experience with how weapon comps and counterpicks work out. But really good play by Lemongrass, only dropping 1 game throughout this top cut. So really good playing by them.
Truly, what an unstoppable force they were in this top cut today. Under the radar team just showing off there.
Yeah. If you were doing predictions on who you think would win LSL 21, was Lemongrass in anyone's top 3? That's a really good question. But either way, that is it for LSL 21. Lemongrass taking this 4-0 sweep over ShipShape in your grand finals. But let's call it out here. Rob, where can the viewers go find you at?
You can find me on Twitter at its__Rob. And that's pretty much it.
You guys can find me over probably doing something later tonight and Dueling stuff tomorrow. But you could also find me on Twitter and Twitch at V4P0R_SPL. Thank you guys for watching Little Squid League 21. This was Vapor and Rob. You guys have a good rest of your evening.